J'invite la Chambre à...
I invite the House to take note of today's use of the wooden mace.
Traditionally used when the House sits on February 3rd to mark the anniversary of the fire that claimed 7 lives and destroyed the original Parliament buildings on this day in 1916. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre.
Government orders, government bills commons, considering Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union.
Okay. An act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures. Okay. There are 53 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-30. Motions numbered 1 to 53 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 53 to the House.
Seeing that the member is not present to move motion number 1, we will proceed with motion number 2. Motion number 2, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 11. Motion numéro 3.
Motion number 3, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 12. Motion number 4.
By Monsieur Caron moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 13. Motion number 5, moved by Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moves that the Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 32. Motion numéro 6.
Motion number 6, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 33.
Motion number 7, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 34. Motion number 8, Madame Ramsey, appuyée par Monsieur Caron.
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 35.
Motion 9, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 36. Motion numéro 10.
Motion number 10, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 37.
Motion number 11, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 38. Motion
number 12. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 39.
Motion 13. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 40.
Motion number 14. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 41.
Motion number 15. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 42.
Motion number 16. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 43.
Motion number 17. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 44.
Motion number 18. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 45.
Motion number 19. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 46. Motion numéro 20.
Motion number 20. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 47.
Motion 21. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 48. Motion numéro 22.
Motion number 22, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 49.
Motion 23. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 50. Motion 24.
Motion number 24, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 51.
Motion number 25. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 52. Motion numéro 26.
Motion number 26, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 53.
Motion 27. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 54.
Motion number 28. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 55.
Motion 29. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 56. Motion numéro 30.
Motion number 30. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 57.
31. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 58. Motion numéro 30.
Motion number 32. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 59.
Motion 33. Motion 33. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 67.
Motion number 34. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 80.
Motion number 35. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 81. Motion 36.
Motion number 36. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 91.
Motion 37. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 92. Motion number 38. Madame Ramsey, appuyez.
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 93.
Motion 39. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 94. Motion number 40. Madame Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 118.
1. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 119. Motion 42. Madame Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 120.
3.
Motion number 43.
By Monsieur Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 121.
Motion number 44. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 122.
Motion number 45. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C 30 be amended by deleting clause 123. Motion numéro 40.
Motion number 46, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 124.
Motion number 47. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 128. Motion numéro 48.
Motion number 48, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 126.
49. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 127. Motion numéro 5.
Motion number 50, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 128.
Motion number 51. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 129. Motion numéro 50.
Motion number 52, Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting clause 138.
Motion number 53. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Schedule 3. Debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak at report stage to Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states. It's a very important piece of legislation, one that I fear has not been given due study or consideration by parliamentarians. As a member of the Standing Committee on International Trade, I was dismayed to be the only member of Parliament who voted against a heavy-handed motion that restricted our committee from receiving feedback on this bill from anyone but the few witnesses that were selected to appear. I believe it's vitally important that we hear from Canadians on the legislation that comes before us at committee. Shutting the door on the voices of Canadians goes against the spirit of openness and transparency, which should be the very cornerstones of our democracy. With limited committee meetings and witnesses, there were many issues that the committee failed to properly address, such as the impact of CETA on mariners' jobs. Even of those few witnesses we heard from, groups that are supportive of the deal have concerns about how it will be implemented and how the government will support their industries in accessing potential new markets. CETA has been called the biggest trade and investment deal since NAFTA. It covers a wide array of issues, including significant reforms to Canadian intellectual property rules related to generic and non-generic pharmaceutical drugs. Deals like CETA are part of a new generation of trade deals, such as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which include many controversial aspects that have more to do with investors' interests than the public's interests. There is growing concern around the world where people are questioning if these massive trade and investment deals are in the public's best interests. The Minister for Foreign Affairs claims that swift passage of CETA is necessary to send a message that Canada still supports these deals in the face of mounting public opposition to trade agreements. However, I believe passing this legislation with little study of its impacts on the lives of everyday Canadians is the opposite of how we as legislators should be proceeding. Indeed, much has changed in the world since CETA was signed. We are having many conversations about the trade agenda of the newly elected U.S. president and what it means to have fair trade or free trade. I'd like to read a quote from Angela McEwen, senior economist at the Canadian Labour Congress, who testified before our Trade Committee. She said, "There are market failures, distributional impacts, and very real concerns that workers have because trade deals can increase inequality if you don't take proper action to make sure they don't. The answer isn't in rushing more trade deals through. The answer is in taking a minute to examine those very real concerns that people have and those very real negative impacts to see how you can mitigate them." End quote. I agree that the proper response isn't various amendments at committee, and I was pleased to see the Liberals agreed there need to be some changes to C30's intellectual property rights. We agreed on several amendments to these provisions in the bills. I also proposed amendments to limit CETA's controversial investment chapter. Mr. Speaker, there's no reason Bill C30 should have contained these provisions. European states, namely Belgium, have made it clear that investment state provisions must be removed before they are willing to ratify CETA. That's right. Yet the Liberals are asking parliamentarians to sign off on CETA as it stands, including these investor state provisions. If these provisions will not be provisionally applied and will be rejected for ratification in Europe, why would Parliament sign off on them? In the event that an investor court system is established, as Bill C30 proposes to do, there is an issue with how tribunal panelists will be selected. As pointed out by Gus Van Harten, these panelists will hold incredible power. Yet their appointments will be unilaterally selected solely by the Minister of International Trade. I proposed an amendment at committee that this process be opened up, and I was disappointed to see that government MPs had no interest in debating my proposal. I also proposed an amendment to remove the increased threshold for mandatory foreign takeover reviews. CETA includes a clause that would raise this threshold from $600 million to $1.5 billion, meaning foreign takeovers of Canadian companies under $1.5 billion would not be subject to review of whether such a takeover would be in our national interest. I'd also like to discuss the issue of how CETA impacts maritime jobs. CETA will, for the first time, legally allow foreign-owned vessels and foreign crews to transport goods between Canadian ports, and will open up domestic dredging contracts to foreign suppliers. This will lead to the estimated loss of 3,000 Canadian seafarers' jobs, high-quality, well-paid jobs. This industry as a whole supports 250,000 direct and indirect jobs. Mr. Speaker, I have to pause for a moment and tell you that I received a phone call in my office over the holiday period from a woman who was distraught over the impact on maritime workers. She was also distraught that her Liberal MP would not respond to her requests to understand the situation that he was putting their community in. These are communities that rely on these good-paying jobs, and this has been simply ignored. And I was shocked that the Liberals did not even say a word at committee during the debate around this motion. Not one word. That's incredibly disappointing for parliamentarians who are committed not only to represent the people in their own riding, but certainly across the country when you sit on such an important committee as the International Trade Committee. That's right. We also know that CETA will allow foreign boats to bring in foreign workers with no requirement for a labour market impact assessment. These workers can be paid as low as $2 an hour and suffer from low safety standards and poor working conditions. Mr. Speaker, over the holiday period again, there was a ship on the West Coast that came in that had workers that had not been paid, had workers that had been on the ship a year beyond their contract, could not be released to go back home. These workers are being mistreated, and only when they reach Canadian ports and when someone discovers that this is happening are Canadians able to intervene on their behalf. This is an issue of human rights, Mr. Speaker, in our own waters. I would also like to point out that permitting more foreign flagged vessels, CETA encourages tax avoidance, since foreign ships registered in flags of convenience countries, such as Malta or Cyprus, take advantage of tax havens and the cheapest labour available. Today, at report stage, on behalf of the New Democratic Party of Canada, I'm proposing amendments to delete clauses of C30 that would implement parts of CETA's investment chapter, implement changes to the pharmaceutical intellectual property rights, implement a host of new geographical indicators, raise the threshold for foreign reviews, and change the rules for coasting trade. And I want to go back to the geographical indicators for a moment, Mr. Speaker, because the European Union was quite clear. They requested over 170 carve-outs for geographical indicators. Now, some in the House may be asking what these exactly are. So I'll tell you, these are things like cheese designation, Asiago cheese, feta cheese, things like champagne, things like Darjeeling tea. These are things that Canadian producers will no longer be able to label with those names because they will own those geographical indicators in Europe. And if Canadian suppliers or producers attempt to put this name on, then they will be in violation of CETA. Now, the interesting part about this, Mr. Speaker, is Canada received 0 geographical indicators. So think about Nanaimo bars or Saskatoon berries, maple syrup, Montreal smoked meat. None of these things are protected. So that means that European companies can continue to label their products in this way. This is a huge loss to all of these growth industries, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to further debating these amendments today, and I ask fellow parliamentarians to take a serious look at these proposed changes before this House moves on to the third reading of Bill C-30. There are many unanswered questions and outstanding concerns regarding CETA. As parliamentarians, we cannot simply turn a blind eye to the very real concerns that exist in this trade deal. It's disheartening to me that the Liberals refuse to address the increase in the cost of pharmaceutical drugs that will impact every person in their riding, and I believe that it's a disservice to Canadians not to look at the good and bad in every piece of trade legislation that comes before our House. We actually are obligated to do that, and all have taken an oath to do that. So I ask parliamentarians to take that seriously today, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time on the Bill C-30.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. C'est avec grand plaisir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I have an opportunity to ask a question of my colleague who sat on the Trade Committee for a year and a half. We worked together on the PTT and on CETA, and when we look at the two agreements, the Trans-Pacific Partnership and CETA, CETA is by far a progressive agreement. The European market represents 600 million people that would be beneficial for Canada. We're going to be eliminating tariffs, and I listened to my colleague carefully. She said there were people working at $2 an hour. I wonder where she found that in Europe. Europe is an area that resembled us greatly when it comes to labor conditions, working conditions. So I was very surprised. I'd like to hear her make some more comments. If we miss this opportunity to sign an agreement with Europe, I wonder what will happen for all countries that are thinking. You must be aware of the news of what's happening. I'm astounded to see her saying or considering the fact of not ratifying CETA.
I'm pleased to see the member opposite Rise that I sit on the Trade Committee with, my colleague, because she was silent when all of these amendments came forward. She said not one word when all of these amendments came to the Trade Committee. So I'm so curious as to why she rises in the House today when she was silent inside all of that period of time when we were going clause by clause before the House rose on the holidays. That's shocking to me. If these were legitimate concerns and she'd like to bring them forward, why did she not do so when the opportunity was before us with the minister, with the chief negotiators? Was she under a gag order? Because that's how it appeared on the Liberal side during the clause by clause. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you that even the European Union released, one of their standing committees released a report saying that they were against signing CETA because there were not the economic benefits. There were not the jobs that existed. And we have similar reports that have come out of think tanks here in Canada. Unfortunately, the studies that we have around CETA predate this government, so we don't have any current stats on where we're at. And of course, this is post-Brexit. So there are many moving parts inside of CETA. Trade with Europe is too important to get wrong. This deal can be fixed, and these amendments speak to the things that could fix this trade deal in a way that would represent Canadians' interests. And there was not an attempt to do so in our negotiating phases. So now as parliamentarians, we have a responsibility for those we represent to bring forward the amendments that we feel will best benefit. The other thing that shocks me from the member opposite is that she didn't support my proposal to have more people appear before the committee. We heard very limited voices, and in fact, the voices that were brought by Liberals were all for CETA. So there was no balance in the conversation that we were having. There was an unwillingness by this government to listen to any opposing view or any concerned Canadians.
Questions and comments? Excuse me. The honourable member for Yellowhead is not. Okay, very good. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member suggested that European countries have very similar wages and labour standards to Canada. So I'm wondering if my colleague from Essex could explain to this House the risk of vessels flagged in places of convenience like Cyprus or Malta coming with very low-wage workers, and if she might also speak a little bit about the level of wages and labour conditions in a number of Eastern European countries that are members of the EU.
The honourable member for Essex.
I thank my colleague, and it's important that we have a conversation about maritime workers in our country. The member opposite did ask me about the $2 per hour. This wasn't a flag, a flagged ship, a flag of convenience ship, which means that the flag belongs to another country, and it's sitting in our waters, and they're bringing and moving products into our ports, and they are staffed with people who are having their human rights violated. They're being paid $2 per hour on that one particular ship. There are reports of less, to be honest, and in a lot of cases, they're not being paid at all. So how are Canadians working in this field supposed to compete, let alone, ensure that the health and labour standards are being protected of these workers, but how are Canadian workers supposed to compete with workers at that wage in our own waters? This is in Canada. They are transporting things across Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, this puts our maritime workers at an extreme disadvantage. And I fought at committee to remove the pieces from the Canada Coasting Act that were being changed. And the maritime industry was not consulted on this, Mr. Speaker, and they will lose jobs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House in support of the legislation before us today and to introduce why the historic Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, also known as CETA, is so important. It's a great step forward in our government's progressive trade agenda. CETA addresses a full range of Canadian interests and touches on all sectors with Canada's second-largest trading partner, the European Union. The foundation of our international relations between Canada and the countries of the EU are a clear example of working together toward greater prosperity for Canada and our trading partners in Europe. The EU is Canada's second-largest trading partner after the United States. In 2015, Canadian merchandise exports to the EU reached $38 billion and imports totaled $61 billion. The EU is a strong, established market to which Canadian firms will gain preferential access when CETA enters into force. Canada and the EU already share a robust commercial relationship which is about to become much deeper to great mutual benefit. With a total population of 507 million people, a combined GDP of over 21 trillion, the EU is the world's largest foreign investor and trader. It accounts for approximately 16% of global trade. Investment also forms a substantial portion of the Canada-EU economic relationship. The EU is Canada's second largest source of foreign direct investment, something which is very important to our minister, totaling $242 billion in 2015 and representing over 30% of total foreign direct investment in Canada. As well, Canada has significant investments in the EU. Our foreign direct investment totaled $210 billion in 2015, which is 21% of our foreign direct investment abroad. Clearly, our commercial ties to the EU are significant. Mr. Speaker, trade is about goods and services and procurement. The services sector is responsible for 70% of economic activity in both Canada and the EU, which is reflected in the current volume of trade in services, as we exported $16 billion in services to the EU in 2015 and imported $22 billion during the same period. Honourable members know that the EU is currently the world's largest importer of services. This is very good news for Canada, as we are one of the largest exporters of services in the world. Our service providers will benefit from the best market access the EU has ever provided in a trade agreement, as well as the most ambitious commitments on temporary entry the EU has ever granted to a trading partner. During the pre-study on Bill C-30 by the Standing Committee on International Trade, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business said, The reasons why our members want to increase their trade into Europe, to expand their business, and to pursue more opportunities as our economy recovers is because this is an alternative, an important opportunity on top of our arrangements with the U.S. market. CETA recognizes the increasingly important role services play in global trade and creates a wealth of new business opportunities for Canadian service providers. This agreement will ensure that Canadian service suppliers compete on equal footing with domestic providers in the EU. Canadian companies will receive better treatment than most competitors from non-EU countries. Mr. Speaker, CETA covers nearly all sectors and aspects of Canada-EU trade. It addresses the removal of tariffs, the conforming of product standards, professional certification and assessment procedures, cultivating investment, and aligning regulatory regimes. CETA creates greater certainty for business, greater protection for investments, vastly improve access to EU markets for goods and services, and new opportunities for procurement markets, which will translate into real benefits for Canadians and contribute to Canada's long-term prosperity. CETA will provide Canadian companies with a distinct advantage in the EU market over our competitors, including the United States. It enables Canadian businesses to have first-mover advantage in developing customer relationships, networks, and joint projects. It offers Canadian small and medium-sized business enterprises the opportunity to be part of global supply chains anchored in the EU. CETA leverages not only EU markets, but also the other trading partners of the EU. Approximately 98% of the EU's tariff lines on Canadian goods will be duty-free immediately upon implementation. The elimination of tariffs under CETA creates enhanced opportunities for many of our exports to the EU, where tariffs to this day remain high. For example, Canadian fish and seafood exporters currently face EU tariffs as high as 25%. Tariffs on wood products may be as high as 14%. These tariffs will be virtually eliminated under CETA. A protocol on conformity assessment will allow Canadian manufacturers in certain sectors to have their products tested and certified in Canada for sale in the EU. This is a significant innovation that will save companies, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, time and money. CETA also includes provisions to enhance the recognition of professional qualifications in Canada and the EU, which is a key aspect of labour mobility. CETA's labour mobility provisions will enhance the ability of Canadian and EU business people to move across borders. It makes it easier for short-term business visitors, intra-company transferees, investors, contract service suppliers, and independent professionals to conduct business in the EU. As well, CETA will open up new opportunities for Canadian businesses in the EU's estimated $3.3 trillion government procurement market. Once CETA enters into force, Canadian firms will be able to supply goods and select services to all levels of EU government, including its 28 member states and thousands of regional and local government entities. CETA's obligations are backed by a mechanism for investment dispute resolution, which includes an appellate tribunal. Canada needs to attract more investment. More investment means more jobs for Canadian workers, more growth for our economy, and a stronger middle class. At the same time, it's very important to ensure that CETA protects the rights of governments to regulate in the public interest. We need to ensure that increased trade does not happen at the expense of environmental protection or labour rights. We need to ensure that trade is fair and that everyone benefits from the increased economic activity which trade delivers. Our government believes strongly in an open global economy, and we will continue to champion an open society and open global trade. However, we cannot ignore the fact that many people are very concerned about trade globalization, which is blamed for job losses. We are now seeing growth of anti-trade and anti-globalization sentiment. We are seeing a rise in protectionism. It's imperative that we understand and address this concern. And this is why one of the most important things our government did right after taking office was to listen to the critics of CETA, both in Canada and in the EU. It's important to appreciate that we partnered with stakeholder, labour and environmental groups to ensure that CETA is the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated, and that it reflects today's expectations for doing business in a way that respects the environment, the economy, and our shared social values. CETA represents an important step toward the development of our progressive trade agenda. one that places more emphasis on the promotion of strong labor and environmental standards, clear provisions to ensure that governments can regulate in the public interest in areas such as health, safety, the environment, as well as the promotion and protection of cultural diversity. Mr. Speaker, CETA is a progressive trade agreement with the EU, a like-minded and long-standing trade partner. The relationship between Canada and Europe is the result of extensive historical, cultural, political, economic, and deep people-to-people relationships. We believe our shared values are important for the dignity and prosperity of all, and increasingly important in a world of shifting global power. CETA is a progressive trade agreement that upholds and promotes the values we share with the EU. We look forward to implementing this landmark agreement with our European partners in 2017. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for an excellent speech. Obviously, I'm a huge supporter of trade and expanding trade to create jobs for Canadians. One question I have is about the details of the CETA agreement and how it will be impacted by Brexit. Is that an impact to the deal? And if it is, are we planning to do something separately with Britain, or what is the government thinking? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague and for the work that we have done, previous government and this government, to make CETA the best possible deal. If CETA is passed by the EU, we will have a deal with the UK until things unfold, of course, in their country. Canada, of course, has an interest in maintaining access to the significant UK marketplace, and we believe very strongly that CETA provides an excellent baseline for future negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary, the new Parliamentary Secretary to the International Trade Committee through the Foreign Affairs, I believe. I would like to address some of the things that she spoke about. This being the best possible deal. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, that's not the case. And saying that they went around Europe to speak to people is absolutely true. There is clear evidence that they were in Europe talking to partners there about the implications. We see that come to pass in the side agreement that came forward. But where was that happening in Canada? Because it didn't happen at the International Trade Committee, it didn't happen across all of the provinces, it didn't happen in a consultative phase as it did with TPP. We certainly didn't see any engagement with the public from this government around CETA. So I think it's disingenuous to say that the best deal was had for Canadians when Canadians were not even a part of that conversation. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals like to speak about the positives of the deal, but I want to speak about the very real losses, because they are there, they exist, and they will impact people. So let's go coast to coast. Let's start in Newfoundland and Labrador. Fish processing plants will be impacted. Still nothing from this government on what will be happening with them. No compensation package as was promised under the previous Conservative government. Then we move on. We're into Quebec. Loss of dairy jobs. This will devastate them. Half of all our dairy farms sit in Quebec. They are going to see significant losses from CETA, and the money that came forward from the government is simply not enough to bear the brunt of that over, I would say, the next 5 years, but within a generation we'll see massive loss of family farms. Moving, we see all of Canada being impacted by the increased cost of drugs. Everyone who sits in this House, everyone will be impacted by the increased cost of pharmaceuticals that we're signing on to in CETA. 25% of this legislation were changes to the Patent Act for pharmaceutical drugs. Then we move to the members' end of the country, down on the West Coast, and I believe she sits in a coastal riding. So we're talking about coastal jobs. We're talking about maritime jobs. We're talking about maritime jobs where people take their work that they do very seriously. They're often the ones who first see an indicator of something wrong on the waters. They are the ones who call into the designated departments and say, there's a spill, or there's something happening. You know, this member represents cabotage workers, represents maritime workers, and the question that I have is, where's the analysis from the federal government on the job loss, province by province and sector by sector, that will incur under CETA?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A question. I would say with regard to consultations across the country, we've taken that very seriously, and we've learned a lot about the individual provinces and their concerns. I can also say that the provinces are on board. Tariffs, for instance, for fish and seafood products will be reduced by 25% in the EU marketplace. For dairy, as you know, the Minister has announced up to $350 million package in order to recognize the shift that this opportunity represents. It's precipitous and perhaps sort of somewhat alarming to suggest that drug costs will go up. Europe has lower costs right now than Canada for pharmaceuticals. And as we've heard our Minister of Health say many times, she's working diligently on improving the cost of pharmaceuticals to Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to rise today in this House to discuss the importance of the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, also known as CETA, between Canada and the European Union. I am glad to be able to speak in this House as aspects of it will have major effects on my riding of Souris Moose Mountain, located in southeast Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan has the potential to benefit greatly under CETA. The EU is Saskatchewan's fourth largest export destination and the fourth largest trading partner. With 28 member states, the EU represents 500 million people and an annual economic activity of almost $18 trillion. It is the world's largest economy and also the world's largest importing market for goods. This party strongly supports international trade initiatives that will generate increased economic activity, drive prosperity and job creation, as well as foster greater cooperation between our democratic allies. The Canada-EU trade agreement will emphasize the importance of secure access to international markets through a rules-based trading system. Canada should strive to maximize the benefits we have as a free trading nation, and the need to establish trading relationships beyond North America is exactly what CETA accomplishes. In short, Mr. Speaker, the EU represents a huge market, and having access to that market would significantly and positively impact producers in Saskatchewan, especially within the agriculture industry. Right now, my riding times are tough. The downturn in the oil and gas industry has hit my constituency hard. Thousands of men and women are out of work, and part of the issue is that jobs simply aren't there. This has a trickle-down effect as well. Without the oil and gas workers, small businesses such as restaurants and retail stores are having to close their doors for good, as their customer base is disappearing. Parents are wondering how they are going to feed their families once their employment insurance runs out. It affects all levels of the population and the economy. The announcement of a Liberal carbon tax, as well as the planned phase-out of the coal-fired electricity, has also devastated my constituents, at a time when jobs are already scarce. At this point in time, my constituents are looking for their government to create jobs and get them back to work. Despite the Liberals' lack of action on that front, I am pleased that CETA will provide an opportunity for employment through the opening of markets for several industries, namely agriculture. Once CETA comes into force, 98% of all tariffs between Canada and the EU will immediately be eliminated. The tariff exemption of goods will result in over $1.4 billion being added to Canada's merchandise exports to the EU by 2022. It is hoped that the removal of tariffs and barriers to trade will create jobs that my constituents so badly need, and that it will improve productivity and promote growth. Mr. Speaker, my riding contains hundreds of farms. The agriculture industry is the backbone of my constituency, and I am greatly supportive of any trade deal that will bolster that industry. Farmers feed Canada and the world, and so anything that can be done to increase these farmers' access to international markets should be done. Through CETA, these producers will have an additional 500 million consumers to which they can market their agriculture and agri-food products. For agriculture and agri-food products specifically, almost 94% of the EU tariff lines on Canadian goods will be duty-free once CETA enters into force. As the tariff phase-outs are completed, this will rise to 95% of products, approximately 7 years after the agreement comes into force. This is great news for Saskatchewan producers. From 2013 to 2015, 80% of principal merchandise exports from Saskatchewan to the EU were from the agriculture and agri-food industry, amounting to $935.4 million. With the current EU tariffs on products such as durum wheat are as high as €148 per ton. Once CETA comes into force, tariffs such as this will be eliminated completely. Again, this will create a trickle-down effect, but a positive one. Agricultural producers will not only have access to a large and mature market, but they would also save money when it comes to the elimination of tariffs on their exports. This means that they are able to hire more employees, creating jobs, while also gaining access to the world's largest market. This is exactly what Saskatchewan, and in particular, my constituents, need at this time. I am also pleased that CETA will provide Canadian producers with preferential access to markets. As this is the first comprehensive trade deal between the EU and any other country, Saskatchewan farmers and ranchers will be in a position to market their product to the largest economy in the world, products such as beef, pork, and bison. I know that my constituents are supportive of any initiative that opens up markets for trade, and I hope that this government can recognize just how important it is to have this happen as soon as possible. A joint Canada-EU study that supported the launch of the negotiations concluded that a trade agreement with the EU could bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade and a $12 billion annual increase to Canada's economy. This is the economic equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. At a time when jobs are scarce in my constituency, this added revenue would make a huge difference in the lives of those who are struggling to find work. By opening new markets, jobs are both directly and indirectly created, something that is badly needed in my riding. The implementation of CETA will also affect a number of other industries, though more indirectly. For example, when a farmer needs to get his grain to market, he has to hire someone to transport that product. This is a job that might otherwise not exist, and so is essentially job creation. Farmers also need to utilize services of maintenance workers for their heavy machinery and equipment. Again, this is job creation. At a time when my riding is in dire need of jobs, CETA allows for easier market access for producers, which allows producers to hire more people, especially in the service industry, and overall benefits the economy of Saskatchewan. While the focus of my speech has so far been mainly on agriculture, the services industry, I just mentioned, will also benefit from CETA's coming into force. The services sector is a key contributor to Saskatchewan's economy, accounting for 57% of the province's total GDP and employing more than 394,000 Saskatchewan residents in 2015. With preferential access and greater transparency in the EU services market, there will be more secure and predictable market access in areas of interest to Saskatchewan, such as construction services, as well as research and development services. Currently, Saskatchewan is recognized as a world leader in agriculture, biotechnology, and life sciences with cutting-edge research centres, spawning high-tech industries. An example of this is the Canadian Light Source Synchrotron and the Innovation Place research parks. Through CETA, Saskatchewan and Canada will have preferential access as well as greater transparency with the EU services market, something that can only stand to benefit our research and development sectors. Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan is a vast province. In addition to agriculture exports of $15.1 billion in 2015, the province is gaining worldwide attention for its wealth of mineral and energy resources. Saskatchewan is Canada's second largest oil-producing province and the third largest natural gas-producing province, making the oil and gas industry one of the largest contributors to the provincial economy, with sales of $15.9 billion in 2014. Despite the downturn in oil and gas prices, the industry remains integral to the economic well-being of the province. For those who may not be aware, Saskatchewan is also a world leader in carbon capture and storage, with the expertise in enhanced oil recovery. SaskPower, the province's power utility, has undertaken one of the world's largest carbon capture and storage projects at the Boundary Dam Power Station, located in my hometown of Estevan. This project is one of the first to develop and demonstrate carbon dioxide capture at a coal-fired power generation plant on a commercial scale, in part because of the previous Conservative government funding of $250 million towards the project. I've toured the facility and have seen firsthand how much work is done to developing the initiative. Governments worldwide are sending their representatives to Boundary Dam in order to learn about this technology. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement between Canada and Europe is good news. It is good news for our farmers, our manufacturers, our service suppliers, and many other industries. It is pertinent that this deal comes into force as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, my riding is struggling right now, and many of the provisions contained in CETA could help to alleviate that. We need job creation, and this trade deal has the potential to meet that need. I am proud to support this agreement that would not only help Saskatchewan's varied economy, but also strengthen the relationships between Canada and Europe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. And I thank my honourable colleague for his speech this morning. We both actually share something in common. We represent ridings that border on the United States. I know from the fish and seafood industry in my riding how thrilled they are and anxious they are about this agreement to be ratified. Every 1 in 4 jobs is related directly to trade and certainly the services, as my colleague had mentioned, the ripple effect of that. We, as Canadians, the opportunity that we sit geographically, we have the CETA, but we also have NAFTA. So potentially we have the opportunity to be a trading nation within 1 billion population. As the representative of a U.S. border riding like mine, does the honourable member agree CETA will offer Canadian businesses unique opportunities as the springboard to our neighbours to the south? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And truly, in my riding, as hers, I have the southern part of my riding is the U.S. border, and it's half of the province, and it's a huge amount of trade that goes back and forth across that border. And we have a trade corridor that we've established. And so CETA provides that opportunity not only to allow for U.S. trade coming into Canada, with NAFTA coming into Canada, and likewise extending that into Europe. And I see that as a win-win. And for me, as I say, my riding, I tell everyone, my riding, I am an exporter. I export wheat, coal, gas, potash, and for the longest time, we've exported our people. And now we've had them back in our riding, and we want to keep them in that riding. We want to keep them there, and we see this as a win-win. It's creating jobs, and that's what we want to see. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Desnathay, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the member concerned that CETA will lead to increased costs of prescription drugs for Canadians, given the Canadians already pay more for prescription drugs than nearly every other OECD countries?
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for that question. And we expect that this government, when this bill comes into force, will honour the commitments that they've made. And that part we expect. And as we look at issues of pharmaceuticals, we recognize that the patent agreement will stay the same when it deals with Canada and how it is in this country. So,
questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard from the chief negotiators on CETA that the phase-in effect will take place over the course of 10 years. So looking at the cost of pharmaceutical drugs, there is no clear measurement on that. I think as Canadians we should always be concerned about that. But looking at past trade agreements, would my honourable colleague agree with me that we should not be making those rash decisions? We should be working with all of the stakeholders to keep the cost of prescription drugs down, and also not to scare Canadians into something that may not be take into effect. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and yes, I do. I think it's something we need to continue to work with these organizations and make certain that all the issues are looked at in all the patent issues, et cetera, and that we manage and focus on keeping those costs down throughout Canada.
I think we would squeeze in one more question in there. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone knows, the province of Saskatchewan is the lone jurisdiction in this country that is against the carbon capture. You mentioned, my colleague, the NAFTA agreement with the United States. Our premier in Saskatchewan has really been worried with the trading agreements, especially in agriculture, where it will be an unbalance, where the Americans have the advantage over us because of the carbon capture. So how will this affect our province with this agreement with CETA, and more importantly, our NAFTA agreement that should be coming up very shortly?
Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, and I thank my member colleague from Saskatchewan Grasswoods for his question. In Saskatchewan, it is a big worry with the implementation of carbon tax and the impact that that is going to have on our farming industry. Those costs are going to drive up costs on all things, and not only their fuel, but their equipment, their fertilizer, etc. And those costs are going to put us into a position where we're selling our wheat and our canola, etc., at higher costs than the U.S. And so this is a big concern for Saskatchewan, and how this carbon tax is going to have a huge impact on our province.
The Honourable Member for Saskatchewan Grassland.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, during my question I said carbon capture. It should have been carbon tax. So please make that correction for me.
We will take that under advisement. Thank you for clarifying that. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. La Pointe de l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Pierre Demers, an illustrious physicist and a great Quebec patriot, has died at the age of 102 on January 29th. His scientific work earned him the Prix du Québec and the Grand Prix des Sciences Léon Lortie. He is the founder of the International League of Scientists for the Usage of French and continued to be active throughout his long life. He seized every opportunity to advance the cause of Quebec's independence. Recently, his research dealt with the Union Act. According to his work, he estimated that Quebecers paid up to the equivalent of $260 billion in current money to pay off the debt of Upper Canada. This is something people bring up when talking about equalization. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to offer my sincere condolences to Pierre Demers' loved ones. This great Quebecer will be missed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Black History Month. It has been more than 20 years since the Parliament of Canada proclaimed February to celebrate the many men and women of African and Caribbean descent who helped shape the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our country. I would like to acknowledge one organization in my riding, the Vaughan African Canadian Association, which provides innovative programs and services for African Caribbean Canadians in York Region. Under the leadership of Executive Director Shernette Martin, who was named as one of 100 accomplished Black Canadian women, the association is helping to raise awareness of the significant contributions of the Black community. VACA was founded with a common goal of giving back and working to provide a better future for youth. During February and beyond, I encourage all members and Canadians to celebrate Black history. Mr. Speaker, diversity is our strength. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize some of my young constituents who have been chosen to travel to Florida at the end of this month as part of the Southern Saskatchewan Selects football program. Skylar Patterson, Chase Fillmore, Keith Aylen, Tiki Umbach, Chase Cuthbert, Clay Gust, Blair Gust, Alexander Shane, all from Weyburn, and James Nibbs, Hunter Eagles, Lucas Rooks, and Chayton Fornwell from Estevan have all been selected for a variety of age groups to participate. All of these athletes have been training hard throughout this year to earn this honour. The Southern Saskatchewan Selects have been competing against players from the United States in international championships for 5 years in a row. The players will also receive high-level coaching while in Florida to help improve their skills. Congratulations to all the participants, hopefully our future riders, and best of luck for the championship game.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Theresa Arsenault, a woman in my riding who has spent more than 20 years caring for people with intellectual disabilities. In 1984, Theresa quit her job to care for her daughter, Lisa, who has Down syndrome. In 1996, Teresa applied to provide room and board, supervision, and support to other individuals with disabilities in the area. Since then, she has housed more than a dozen people in her own home, one for more than 20 years, another for 14 years, and another for 10. Teresa is paid only enough to provide food and clothing to her residents, but she says that she has never thought of it as work. In her 20 years of service, she has had only 3 weekends off. In recognition of her tireless work, Teresa was recently given the Community Inclusion Pioneer Award. Congratulations and thank you, Teresa Arsenault.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government recently approved 2 major pipeline projects without knowing where or how the pipe would be produced. Making a ton of steel in China and shipping it here emits 5 times as much carbon as making it at the Evraz steel mill in Regina. Unlike imported pipe, we can test Canadian-made pipe throughout the manufacturing process. Fortunately, Enbridge will use pipe made in Regina for its Line 3 replacement project. Unfortunately, Kinder Morgan has not indicated where it will source pipe for the Trans Mountain expansion. A new review process for pipelines should consider the pipe supplier's emissions and reliability. Doing so would favor Canadian-made steel and support good jobs at Evraz in Regina.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, le bal de neige débute aujourd'hui.
Mr. Speaker, Winterlude is starting today in Gatineau, Ottawa, and will continue till February 20th. On January 20th, I had the pleasure of unveiling the official program of 39th Winterlude during Canada's 150th anniversary. At Jacques Cartier Park in Gatineau, there will be sled runs and many outdoor family activities. At Confederation Park, there will be extraordinary ice sculptures. At Marion Dewar Place, there will be the Snowflake Kingdom. And lastly, there will be the longest skating rink in the world on Rideau Canal. I urge my colleagues to dress warmly and take the time to celebrate winter in the national capital in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, Kong Hei Fat Choi, Markham residents have been welcoming the Year of the Rooster. I was happy to host Chinese New Year celebration at Angus Glen Community Centre, where hundreds of Markham residents attended. A special thanks to Toronto Chinese EG Arts Centre and Chinese Cultural Association of Unionville for providing entertaining artistic performances. I was especially pleased to ring in the New Year's with our incredible opposition leader at Shan Sham Temple in Markham. I also had a great time handing out hundreds of red pockets at First Markham Place. Finally, this week we hosted an annual New Year's celebration at Parliament Hill, where everyone enjoyed incredible dancing and delicious Chinese food. Mr. Speaker, I'm definitely looking for the next year's celebration. Shen Yun Kwai Lo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, our teachers and school administrators play a key role in helping develop our youngest citizens into the best and brightest. They encourage us, they inspire us, and they help us see the potential within. Earlier this week, the Learning Partnership named Aaron Johnson, principal of Prince Street School in Charlottetown, as one of Canada's outstanding principals. Le dévouement.
Aaron's dedication, enthusiasm, and experience are obvious. Under her direction, the school implemented an emergency clothing locker, a breakfast program for those who need a morning meal. She is sincerely concerned with the welfare of her students.
Reading scores are up, student leadership is increased, and students feel more positive about learning.
I conveyed my most sincere congratulations to Aaron Johnson for this recognition and well-deserved honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago I was in the Philippines with my daughter Cindy, who happens to be my local MLA. We were able to visit a number of communities inside and outside of Manila, and wherever we went, we would see the ever so popular restaurant known as Jollibee. If you can imagine what McDonald's and KFC is to Canada, then you can imagine what Jollibee is to the Philippines. Well, Mr. Speaker, you no longer have to travel to the Philippines to check out Jollibees. You can now come to Winnipeg to get that experience. Last week, while on his cross-Canada town hall tour, the Prime Minister was in Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, he took the time to join me at Jollibee's as he met with staff, chatted with customers, and of course there were pictures too. I know the Prime Minister enjoyed his experience at Jollibee's. The good news does not stop there, Mr. Speaker, as later this year Winnipeg will be getting its second franchise. Jollibee coming to Canada is a reflection of Canada's diversity, and I am proud of the fact that Winnipeg was chosen as the first franchise location. I choose to believe it is because of one of our greatest strengths, that being our rich Canadian-Filipino heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, not only is 2017 our nation's 150th birthday, but it is also an important milestone for communities in my riding. On January 1st, the village of Thorsby was officially recognized as a town. As many rural municipalities are losing residents due to urban centres, I am proud to see the growth of this community and look forward to the positive impacts it will continue to bring to the surrounding areas. Also in 2017, the town of Drayton Valley is celebrating its own birthday, marking 60 years. This town has been a leader in oil and gas development, as well as a trailblazer in sustainability and environmental responsibility. As we celebrate Canada's birthday, let's not forget the people and communities whose successes have made our 150th milestone a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Longueuil-Charlemagne, I rise today to mark the retirement of an exceptional woman who, through her community commitment, ensured the welfare of many citizens and families in our riding. On December 31st, Ms. Danielle Lavigne passed the torch after 27 years of faithful service at the helm of La Mosaique, an organization that strengthens the social fabric of the area of Longueuil. Through her passion and leadership, Ms. Lavigne contributed to making La Mosaique an essential service for the improvement of living conditions for less fortunate citizens. Our heartfelt thanks to Ms. Lavigne for everything she's done in our community. I wish her a very happy, well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, insulting people because of where they come from is not just bad manners, it's wrong. So why are people of Toronto treated this way? Some members use Bay Street and hurl it around like an insult. In my riding, Bay Street is home to seniors, shopkeepers, unionized workers, senior citizens, and a few corporate giants. But sneering at people because of what street they come from is just plain awful. Recently, a different member of this chamber suggested that people in Toronto have no sense of community, that effectively we're bad neighbors. That's mean, it's silly, and it's wrong. Nobody in this House should look down their nose at people just because of what part of the country they come from, regardless of whether it's a town, a region, or a province. I'm proud to represent the good people of Toronto in this House. I love to call it home. And let me tell you, we're all good people. Many of us come from your hometown. Whether it's shoveling each other's snow, whether it's giving gifts to the kid next door, we are a city full of great neighbors. And even if all you need is a cup of sugar, trust me, knock on the door next door, you will find some sweetness. Insulting people because they come from Toronto is not just bad leadership, it's bad politics. And if someone's giving you that advice, sorry, I wrote this last night. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, this week at the Finance Committee, we heard alarming news that part of the Liberal government imposed changes to mortgage regulations is that refinancing a mortgage will no longer be CMHC insurable. What this means is that if you are refinancing your home to access your equity, the cost of doing that are going to greatly increase as a result of much higher interest rates. At committee, we heard that Canadians refinance for many reasons: to invest in a small business, home renovations, to buy out a spouse at divorce, long labor strikes or lockouts, unemployment, debt consolidation, and more. Even the Liberals' own witnesses chastise this damaging new policy that will harm middle-class Canadians. Fortunately enough, Liberal members of the Finance Committee voted with the official opposition to bring the Finance Minister before the committee so that he can explain why he thinks middle-class Canadians should pay higher interest costs when they need to access their home equity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege today to draw your attention to an inspiring example, Becca Schofield, a 17-year-old from Riverview, New Brunswick, who has battled brain cancer for 2 years. Becca, a generous, vibrant, and joyful young woman, is setting an example that is catching across the globe. In a spirit that most of us can only hope to emulate, she is encouraging people to spread acts of kindness and post them on social media using the hashtag Becca told me to. When Becca had every right to think of herself, she chose to think of others. Where many would be bitter, she chose hope. And where many might look inward, Becca started a movement that uplifted people around the world. In honor of Becca's inspirational example, let us all recognize the lasting impact of her compassion and her humanity, and let us recommit ourselves to the essential work of creating a future free of cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. In each of our ridings, there are exceptional people that we have an opportunity to meet and frequent, and it is a great honor. It's such a person I want to discuss today. On January 22nd, Mr. Joseph Bérubé died in Rimouski at 97. As a notary, he practiced for over 72 years until the last moments of his life with 2 consecutive careers. He's a wonderful example of generosity, humility, and commitment. Despite the death of his wife in 2006 and that of his son in 2007, he continued to volunteer with various organizations, especially those that help the most vulnerable and our seniors. He helped acquire a building to house the activities of the Cercle Culturel de l'Amitié de Rimouski, an organization that offers activities 7 days a week. I had the opportunity to know this man, and I want to pay tribute to him in this house so that his memory is never forgotten, and I hope that we will all remember this uncommon person.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, February 1st to the 7th is Eating Disorder Awareness Week. Eating disorder groups across the country are carrying out awareness-raising and educational activities in their communities. They have created the hashtag Not a Choice, EDAW 2017, and in French, SEMTA 2017. It is through open, supportive dialogue that we can help break the shame, stigma, and silence that affect nearly 1 million Canadians living with a diagnosed eating disorder and the millions of others struggling with food and weight preoccupation. Last month, I had the honor of touring the Bridgepoint Centre for Eating Disorders, located in Milton, Saskatchewan, in my riding. It was a pleasure meeting with staff and board members to learn about the very important work they do. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all my colleagues in this place to help raise awareness of eating disorders during this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday was the beginning of the Lunar New Year, and I would like to send my best wishes to all those of Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese heritage celebrating in Winnipeg South and across Canada. For many, the Lunar New Year is the most important and festive holiday of the year, a time to gather with family and friends. During this week's celebrations, we welcome the arrival of the Year of the Rooster. The rooster symbolizes honesty, brightness, and ambition, and I hope the year is filled with these outstanding attributes. I would like to recognize the numerous community groups and associations in Winnipeg who have invited me to join their celebrations. May the upcoming year bring you and your loved ones peace, prosperity, good health, and great happiness. Xin Yan Kuai Le, Gong Hei Fat Choi. Happy Year of the Rooster.
Oral questions, question orale, the honourable member for Portage Lisker.
Earlier
this week, I asked the finance minister if he was willing to adjust some of his policies, his high tax and high spend policies, in order to adjust to the new reality in the United States. The United States, under the new administration, is cutting taxes, decreasing regulation. Mr. Speaker, they are committed to no carbon tax. Instead of the finance minister answering that question, he talked about Canada-U.S. relations. And so I ask again, not in terms of Canada-U.S. relations, but in terms of fiscal policy, what is this government prepared to do in order to keep Canada competitive with the U.S.?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Our government has made a commitment to invest in the middle class and those working hard to join it, and we have taken several measures since we've become office. First thing that we've put in place, we have lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians by lowering them from 22% to 20.5%. And I have to mention that this is the party opposite voted against that decision.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Glad she thanks me for the question, because I'm going to actually ask it again because she didn't answer the question. We're talking about something that just happened this past November, a new administration in the U.S. Yep. Things have changed in Canada, in North America. Is this government able to pivot? Are they able to make new policy decisions in the best interest of Canadians? Or are they so ideologically attached to bad policies like the carbon tax, they've got their heads so far in the sand that they don't realize that things have changed? They need to change policies to keep Canadian businesses competitive. Again, I ask, is there any policy, even one of the policies that they've talked about, high deficit, high spending, carbon tax, will they say no to even one of those policies to keep Canada competitive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, our government is committed to working for the middle class and those working so hard to join it. We are going to continue with our plan that we have to move forward for Canadians. We have lowered taxes for the middle classes. We have put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program that has helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians. We have helped seniors with the increase in guaranteed income supplement. We have a plan. We are moving forward for middle-income Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan for the economy is failing. They seem to have millions of dollars for office renovations, a lot of money for vacations on private islands, receptions with billionaires, but nothing for Canadians who are struggling, nothing in terms of support, certainly nothing in terms of policy decisions. When will the Liberals stop doing what is best for the Liberals and all of their friends and start doing what is best for Canadians, for Canadian businesses, families, and jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Our government is doing plenty for the middle-class Canadians, and we're going to continue to do more. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we have made historic investments in infrastructure, which is going to be creating wonderful jobs. Also, for low-income Canadians, we have put in place the Guaranteed Income Supplement for single low-income seniors, which in actual fact is going to put $90 more per month for seniors that are going to be benefiting from that program. We have also put in place a wonderful Canada Child Benefit Program that, again, is going to give Canadians much more money to help them raise their family. We are in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to continue to be moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I asked two very simple questions to the Minister of Finance, whether he was prepared to control public finances and not increase taxes for Canadians. In response to those two questions, the Minister didn't give a clear and precise answer. He avoided the question, dodged it. They have cut tax credits for families, other things to help families. So the very simple question that I have for the government today is, will the government commit to not cutting additional tax credits that help Canadian families?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and once again, thank you to my colleague opposite for the question. The Canadian economy is going well for the middle class and for Canada. We are going to continue to invest for the middle class and those people who are working so hard to join it. In addition to tax cuts that came into force on January 1st, 2016. Once again, the opposite party voted against these tax cuts, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. many Canadians didn't benefit from those tax cuts that they're boasting about. People earning $45,000 and less didn't get anything. That's the real middle class. So that's what the tax cuts are about, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is that the government cut tax credits that directly helped Canadian families. There's a member for Toronto who says no, but yes, it is. Take up your responsibilities and do something for Canadian families. Here's another question. Will you commit to not cutting additional tax cuts, tax credit cuts that help Canadian families? I'd like to remind the member that I am sure that he wasn't wanting to talk to me, saying you. I just wanted to ensure that that was the case. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm having an opportunity to talk about the excellent program that we have put in place, the Child Tax Benefit. This will help hundreds of children. It will lift them out of poverty. In fact, a single mother earning $30,000 a year with a child under 6, she will receive $6,400 addition in her pocket. So it's through plans like this that we're going to continue to help supporting the middle class in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. 39% of the vote, 55% of the seats, 100% of the power. On electoral reform, the Liberals are in a conflict of interest. Since the election, they said that they don't have a preferred system to replace the current system, but in this very House, the Prime Minister admitted that he was in favour of a ranked ballot, a preferential system, preferential for the Liberals. Now, when they realized that there was no consensus for the system that they preferred, they simply decided to break their promise. Do they think that Canadians are fools, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government listened to Canadians. Our government will continue to take measures to strengthen our democracy. Even if we didn't achieve a consensus on an election system to be put in place to replace the current system, Canadians clearly indicated that we can do more to strengthen our democratic institutions. Canadians are proud of our democracy. We will continue to work to ensure that our democracy reflects Canadian values. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the report from the Electoral Reform Committee was very clear. There was a consensus for a proportional system. Many witnesses and experts said that that led to more stable parliaments that elected more women. For a prime minister, a so-called feminist prime minister, it's strange that he didn't want to go ahead with a system that would have enabled us to elect more women to the House of Commons. Is the government's priority simply to get more Liberal women elected? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured to have been appointed Canada's youngest ever cabinet minister. To be here in this House. And I'm also very proud to work with the Prime Minister, who is a feminist, who has a gender-balanced cabinet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Being satisfied then that Canada ranks 64th in the world when it comes to electing women. You'd think Liberals would be a little bit worried. They're obsessed with their so-called mandate letters, pretending a note from the Prime Minister is more important than the real mandate, which can only come from the electorate and the people of this country. But we compared the old mandate letter with the new one, and there was this very interesting, small but critical difference. Version 1 insists that we will deliver on all of our commitments, but version 2 says, well, the word all is gone. Oh, would the Liberals like to tell Canadians what other promises they're planning on breaking, like they did on electoral reform?
The Honourable Minister for Electoral Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'd like to repeat in English, I am incredibly proud to be the youngest woman named to Cabinet in Canada. I am incredibly proud to be a woman in this House of Commons, and I am incredibly proud to work with a Prime Minister who is a feminist and who has a gender-equal cabinet. We listened to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We heard that they are proud of their democracy, and now it is my job to make sure we continue to strengthen and work for our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
In their desperate attempt to justify their betrayal on electoral reform, Liberals are reaching for any excuse, however ridiculous or absurd. Liberals say that proportional representation will herald the rise of the alt-right forces in Canada. Well, Donald Trump got elected on first past the post with no problem. And yet a fair voting system is the actual antidote to such campaigns like his or maybe Kevin O'Leary's. Proportional representation elects more women, more diverse parliaments, and forces parties to work together to help bring a country like Canada together. Will the Liberals finally admit they broke their promise to fix the voting system, not because it was a threat to Canadian unity, but because it was a threat to the Liberal Party?
Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am incredibly proud to be part of this caucus that has a good percentage of women, that is incredibly diverse, and that represents Canadians. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, that listens to Canadians and how they feel about our democracy, which is proud. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to act to strengthen our democracy. That is why my new mandate letter includes protecting the integrity of our democracy by making our system less vulnerable to hacking and improving transparency by making parties' political fundraising more open than ever before. I will always work to protect, strengthen, and improve our democracy. Thank you.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this morning we're hearing reports that some Canadian dual nationals have had their Nexus cards suddenly revoked following the American executive order, yet all this week the minister has told Canadians that the government received assurances that Canadians would not be affected about the United States executive order. This is very concerning for a lot of people that are traveling across the border that use this particular tool to have free access to our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very simple question. Has the minister asked for and received written assurance that any and all Nexus cards will remain valid in light of the executive order?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there are provisions under the agreements between Canada and the United States for the issuing of Nexus cards and for the termination of Nexus cards in appropriate circumstances. If people feel that they have in fact been unfairly treated by the process on either side of the border, there is an appeal process, there is an ombudsman. Obviously, at a governmental level, we will be working with our American counterparts to make sure that the rules are properly and fairly administered and that Canadians have the access that they are entitled to with a Canadian passport.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that gives a lot of clarity to Canadians who are dual nationals who may be affected by this, who are wondering if their Nexus card is still valid. I'm just going to give the minister another chance to answer the question. What assurances has the government sought from the American government that Nexus cards will remain valid in light of the executive order? And has this been received in writing?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it was very clear right at the very beginning that a Canadian citizen, whatever their other national connections might be, a Canadian citizen with a Canadian passport has the same access to the United States that they have always had before. With respect to the Nexus card, that is a special trusted traveller provision over and above the passport. And we want to make sure that Canadians entitled to a Nexus card, which is discretionary on both sides of the border, the Canadians entitled to a Nexus card are in fact treated properly and fairly.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, another Ontario community lost over 600 manufacturing jobs because of bad Liberal policy. It's not a coincidence that GM moved to Mexico 28 days after a Liberal carbon tax. After a decade of Liberal mismanagement, manufacturing is in steep decline in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop driving the GMC terrain to Mexico?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, but nothing could be further from the truth. This government is creating jobs in the manufacturing sector, which is the cornerstone of our economy, Mr. Speaker, employing close to 1.7 million Canadians. In Budget 2016, our government is making investments to help position Canadian manufacturing firms to grow and provide high-quality employment for the middle class. We've got an innovation agenda. We're working on a Canadian free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. We've maintained jobs for Honda in Allison, Ontario, Thomson Reuters, 1,500 jobs, GM Canada, 1,000 new engineering jobs in Ontario. We've got a darn good record, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And obviously the Prime Minister and his government is proud of the 53,000 manufacturing jobs they transitioned out of Canada last year. Mr. Speaker, while the new American administration is reducing taxation and regulations on business, the Prime Minister is sending jobs across the border by increasing them. In the last year alone, the Prime Minister has taxed 97,000 agricultural, natural resources, and manufacturing jobs out of this country. When will this government stop taxing Canadians onto the unemployment line?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we're obviously concerned as a government and extend our compassion to those impacted by job losses when economies are in transition. But, Mr. Speaker, our government is funding jobs and programs and skills training to help workers and their families affected by job losses. We'll continue to work with our regional development agencies to make strategic investments to build on competitive regional advantages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here's what the media are reporting this morning. Ottawa's infrastructure plan is in jeopardy. Federal money is not being invested as quickly as expected. The federal infrastructure plan is being pointed out.
Spending lacks transparency.
And here's what the minister has said with his legendary serious approach. This is a remarkable accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, will the minister stop spending taxpayers' money as if it were monopoly money?
Honourable Minister for Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, since taking office, we have approved 1,200 projects with a combined investment in partnership with municipalities and provinces, $14 billion into infrastructure from coast to coast to coast. And I would also like to share with the honourable member that in the province of Quebec, we have approved 58 projects with combined investment of $1.47 billion.
Whoa.
After 2 years of nothing being done for Quebec, we are on the move to get the work done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told an audience in Peterborough that he plans to phase out the oil sands. That was tough news for the 425,000 Canadians who rely on the oil sands and related businesses for their paychecks. But they're not the only ones who should be worried. The Prime Minister's policies are making life more expensive for families and costing them their jobs across the board, not only in the oil sands. Can the Prime Minister explain why he's more focused on phasing out jobs than on creating them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We in this House feel for people who have lost their jobs in the downturn of the energy sector particularly. The low commodity price of oil has affected tens of thousands of jobs across the country. We will continue to work with the modernization of the National Energy Board to create a better system that will have the confidence of Canadians and get Canadians back to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
President Trump has issued yet another executive order. This one has serious implications for all Canadian travelers or innocent internet users. Trump's order excludes all non-American citizens from the U.S. Privacy Act. This is deeply troubling. President Trump wants to subject all visitors to the United States to biometric screening. What is this Canadian government doing to protect the privacy rights of Canadians, and how will these screenings impact our industries that depend on speedy border crossings?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when I had the opportunity to speak to my new U.S. counterpart earlier this week, Secretary Kelly, I had the opportunity to discuss some of the elements of the executive order with him, and I specifically raised the issue of the reference in the executive order to biometric screening. and asked for further clarification from the United States with respect to that matter. Obviously, it is something they are looking at toward the future, and we want to be completely informed about what they have in mind.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are right to be worried when it comes to protecting their privacy. The government still hasn't repealed C-51, which breaches our rights, and now a Trump executive order is putting Canadian data at the mercy of the United States without legal protection. Groups like Open Media and the BC Civil Liberties Association are urging the government to stand up to Trump and to protect Canadians' rights. What is the minister waiting for to take the consequences of this executive order on Canadian citizens seriously?
The Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very clear. Canadians expect this government to do two things equally well. Number one, to develop a good working relationship with our largest trading partner, and number two, to safeguard the values, the rights and the privileges of Canadians, and we will do both.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is currently under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner after promising to set a new ethical standard, proving once again that it's ingrained in the Liberal DNA that government is not for the people, it's for Liberal friends and insiders. This week, they defended a $15,000 gift to their friends at Liberal Party think tank Canada 2020 as an arm's-length decision. Well, the President of the Treasury Board isn't arm's-length, and he gave them $22,000. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister just stop giving taxpayer funding to Canada 2020?
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, our government values science, scientists, and the important work they do. As I've said before, the Granting Council is an arm's-length organization. It is able to issue contracts below a certain amount. The contract was below that threshold, and the Granting Council took a decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep trying to defend the Prime Minister's law-breaking getaway and ride on a private aircraft over New Year's as a trip to visit a longtime family friend. I'll remind those who continue to defend it as such that the Ethics Commissioner has already warned a Liberal minister that he's not to have any dealings with a particular longtime family friend because of the potential conflict of interest that it could create. Mr. Speaker, my question is a simple one. Can the Prime Minister explain why the same rules do not apply to him?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that this government will work very hard for Canadians. This government will continue to invest in communities to help create the conditions for growth, for good jobs for Canadians, and to support their families. When it comes to the member's question, the member knows very well that the Prime Minister has stated that he will answer any questions that the Commissioner has. We will continue to work with all offices of this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, at a time when thousands of Canadians are looking for work because they don't have a Prime Minister committed to the economy and job creation, we all know one person who won't be underemployed. The Commissioner for Ethics and Conflict of Interest has not been this busy since the sponsorship scandal. The two incidents, coincidentally, both involve the Liberal Party of Canada, which is in power. Mr. Speaker, if it's not the Prime Minister, then who in this government will put an end to this elastic use of ethics?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've already mentioned, the Prime Minister will answer all questions put to him by the Commissioner. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, if you pull on an elastic enough, it snaps, and that's exactly what the Prime Minister is doing in terms of ethics. Cash for access funding with Chinese billionaires, private helicopter tours during the holidays, and funding for our friends at Canada 2020. As the member for Beaches East York said yesterday, will other Liberal members have the courage to once again stand up and denounce this use of ethics by the Prime Minister before it simply snaps?
Leader du gouvernement de la Chambre.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is mixing things. We are here to work for Canadians. He shouldn't do that. And that is exactly what this government will continue to do.
The Prime Minister has clearly said that he will answer questions from the Commissioner, and we will continue to work very hard for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
50 years ago today, the Royal Commission on the Status of Women exposed widespread discrimination against women. 50 years later, that promise of equality is still not met. Liberal and Conservative governments have ignored the Commission's recommendations and cut social programs for women. The result, since 1995, Canada's fallen from first on the gender equality list of the UN to 25th. Shame. And still Liberals delay pay equity legislation. How long will this government fail to rectify 50 years of inequality?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Equal pay for equal value work is a human right. We're very proud to bring forward pay equity after a decade of inaction. Pay equity between men and women and fair treatment for all workers in the workplace, regardless of gender, is going to create growth for a thriving middle class. We'll make substantive reform and implement proactive pay equity in the federal jurisdiction, which includes 874,000 employees and 10,800 employers. Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to pay equity, and we'll pursue that and bring it to a...
Honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you know, it's expected that about 75% of those who own small businesses, family farms, and fishing boats will be transferring their business over the next 10 years and retiring. The problem is that if they want to keep it in their family, well, if they give it to their children, they're going to pay much higher taxes than if they sell it to a third party. My bill, C-274, would fix this injustice. I've received the support of over 120 municipalities, chambers of commerce, and organizations representing farmers and fishers. Can the government please confirm that it will let its members vote their conscience and according to the will of their constituents? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Bill C-274 would weaken two regulations which are found in the Income Tax Act. The government is concerned by these changes which could lead to tax avoidance. Bill C-274 would offer a tax advantage to certain rich individuals instead of the overall middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Many New Brunswickers are still recovering from the ice storm that struck our province last week and knocked out power for thousands of people. We're grateful for the tireless efforts of the municipal and provincial first responders and recovery crews, as well as countless volunteers. Le ministre de la Défense nationale.
Can the Minister of National Defence please speak to the efforts of the members of the Canadian Armed Forces in the regions who have been deployed? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I would like to first honour the people of New Brunswick for their courage, their generosity, for their solidarity and community spirit. The federal government acted as soon as it was called. The initial request from the province was approved in 17 minutes, and troops arrived the next day. In 4 days, our troops visited 4,500 homes, distributed food and clothing. They have helped with the cleanup and accelerated the return to a normal life. The presence of Canada's armed forces had a determining and comforting effect on the situation.
For Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the Liberal cash grabs are making things so much worse for hardworking Canadians. The Liberal carbon tax will not just make gas, heating and everything you purchase more expensive, it will also make businesses in Canada less competitive. My riding is in danger of losing 5,000 jobs to the U.S., which would devastate our region. The U.S. is Canada's biggest customer and biggest competitor. When will the Liberals protect Canadian jobs and can the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, we understand that the environment and the economy go together. We're very proud that we were able to come to agreement with the provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders to create, to develop a pan-Canadian plan that will grow our economy, create good jobs, and ensure that we have a more sustainable future for our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 years ago, while visiting London, this Prime Minister said he wants Canada to move away from manufacturing jobs. Just as a reminder, he said this in one of the regions where Canadians' livelihoods rely mostly on manufacturing jobs, like Elgin, Middlesex, London. The Prime Minister is repeating the same mistake of Ontario's Green Energy Act, which has caused hydro rates to skyrocket and businesses to shut down and leave Ontario. Why does this Prime Minister insist on killing jobs and keeping the rising costs for hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. Once again, nothing could be further from the truth. We're committed to the manufacturing sector. It's the cornerstone of our economy. It employs close to 1.7 million Canadians and accounts for more than 10% of our gross domestic product. We're investing in various sectors, including the automotive, aerospace, life sciences sector, digital technology, agri-food. I can point out to the honourable member that we've invested $15 million in Hanwha LNC Canada Inc. in London Fanshawe Riding to expand production and to manufacture a new line of high-quality stone slabs. 85 new jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals ended the review of rules that would ensure that small businesses like campgrounds would have access to the small business tax rate. Yet when I asked the Revenue Minister about it, she claimed that Liberals have not changed the tax rules. However, just a few months ago, her department did, in fact, change the interpretation of those very rules. Because of this new interpretation, thousands of campgrounds will be hit with huge new tax bills. So when the minister answered my question, was she misleading this House, or does she just have no idea what her department is doing?
The Honourable President of the responsible for national revenue.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that all Canadians pay their fair share of taxes. We will continue to support small businesses and medium-sized businesses across the country because we recognize the crucial role that they play in our economy. I would like to note that we have not changed the tax rules, and the same provisions concerning income sources continue to apply.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
The war on campgrounds continues, and that was shameful talking points. Clearly didn't answer the question. And in Budget 2016, they ended the review that we put in place after deciding that some businesses were too small to be small businesses. And now the CRA has, in fact, changed the rules so that many campgrounds are no longer eligible for the small business tax rate. So she might want to check her facts. This will force many campgrounds and other small businesses to shut down. Wow. So will the Liberals stop unjustly punishing campground operators and let Canadians enjoy the outdoors with all the Liberal red tape?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, for my colleague across the way who hasn't understood, I will repeat my answer. Our government continues to support small and medium-sized businesses across the country, and we recognize the crucial role that they play in our economy. And I would like to highlight that we have not changed the rules, Mr. Speaker. They continue to apply, and we continue to apply the provisions concerning income sources.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Minister for Indigenous Affairs stated, quote, "Negotiation rather than litigation is our government's preferred route to settle these differences and right historical wrongs," end quote. Yet her government not only halted the compensation awarded to the Hwayet First Nation, but they also launched an extensive judicial review of the decision. Will the minister stand by her words, call off the government lawyers, and commit in this House today to paying out the award without further delay?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to reiterate that our government will always choose negotiation over litigation. And as Canadians have witnessed this past year, we have made that happen in many cases across Canada. we're continuing to work towards real reconciliation with Indigenous people. That means inviting them to the table. That means negotiating in fairness and in good faith. And we will continue to do that, just as we have decided to do with the 60 Scoop, where we have started that process, and we hope that all groups will come to the table and participate so we can have real reconciliation and a negotiated conclusion.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, not only is the opioid crisis taking lives and destroying families in Canadian cities, but this public health emergency is also impacting smaller communities like the ones in my riding in Essex County at an unprecedented rate. Canadians need immediate action from the federal government now. We can't afford to wait for Bill C-37 to wind its way through the parliamentary process. Will this government immediately declare a national public health emergency and provide immediate and direct support to our Canadian communities?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in a national public health crisis here in Canada, and the response to this crisis needs to be comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based. Building on our 5-point action plan to address opioid misuse, the Minister of Health co-hosted a conference and summit on opioids that resulted in 42 organizations making concrete commitments to address this crisis. I was also very pleased that yesterday at committee, all parties came together to rise above partisan politics and bring us closer to passing a Bill C-37.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, reports of the ethnic cleansing of Muslim Rohingya people in Burma may not get the same headlines as events in the U.S., but the terrible killings and other crimes in that country do require our urgent attention. Burma is a major recipient of Canadian foreign aid, yet the Liberals have barely commented. What does the minister have to say about this dire situation, and what has this Liberal government done about it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for raising the question and for his concern in this matter. Certainly, we share his concern about the violence against the Rohingya people, and we thank him for the question, as I mentioned. We continue to provide urgent humanitarian support in Myanmar and support for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, $4.3 million alone in 2016. The government of Myanmar must do everything in its power to end the violence now, allow full access to humanitarian aid, and find a solution for the long term.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the words from the Parliamentary Secretary. But I looked at the Facebook page for the Canadian Embassy in Burma, and it talks about Canadian winters, it talks about the New Year, and it talks about a golf tournament, but it makes no mention of the systematic killing of minorities. Now, the Liberals said when they cancelled the Office of Religious Freedom that all embassies would be promoting human rights, but that doesn't appear to be happening in this case. So will the Liberals commit today to step up and do more and ensure our embassies do more to speak out and to help the people in Burma being murdered and raped because of their background?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thanks again for the question, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague across the way. I know he will stand with me and share condolences to the Muslim faith community in Quebec and right across the country today. And I remind him that Canada has stepped up to the plate and is providing urgent humanitarian support to the Rohingyas, $4.3 million alone in 2016. The government of Myanmar must do everything in its power to end this violence, allow full access to humanitarian aid, and find the solution for the long term.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the Paul Yuzik Multiculturalism Award was established by the Conservative government in 2015 to recognize and celebrate the many cultural and ethnic communities who call Canada home. Now, official government documents show that the Liberals never bothered to even give out the award, blaming it on a lack of nominations. Well, it's impossible to give out an award if you never make a call for nominations. Why are the Liberals failing to champion Canada's Yuzik Multiculturalism Award?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite for the question. I will note that this government and this country stands for values of tolerance, inclusion, and diversity. As proof positive, I have been appointed and have the honour to serve with the Minister of Heritage as the Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism. We will be entrenching those values in all of the policies that we implement, including policies that will promote these important values going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee has heard that settling outstanding claims is an important part of our work towards reconciliation and to correct past wrongs. I'm proud that our government has made it a priority to settle these claims through negotiation rather than litigation. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs update this House on the agreement signed between our government and the Siksika regarding the Castle Mountain claim?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question, but also for the great work he's doing in supporting Indigenous issues in our country. Reaching settlements is one of the most important steps along the journey of healing and reconciliation and has been established as a priority for our government. In January, we concluded the negotiation with the Siksika Nation, and we are very proud of that, Mr. Speaker. We've been able to resolve a long-standing claim over Castle Mountain in Banff National Park that had been going on for nearly 200 years. We are a government of negotiation. We are a government that really believes that this is a path forward to real reconciliation with Indigenous people.
Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, MS Society Prairie President Erin Kahn stated in January that it doesn't matter to her if MRIs are offered privately or publicly as long as patients have access. Saskatchewan currently has an estimated 3,700 people with MS. Instead of congratulating Saskatchewan for successfully providing more MRI options, the Health Minister attacks Saskatchewan for modernizing healthcare services. It doesn't make sense. Why are the Liberals punishing my province for not signing up to the Prime Minister's carbon tax?
Good question. Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We fully support the principles of the Canada Health Act, which are meant to ensure that all Canadians have reasonable access to medically necessary physician and hospital services based on the need and not the ability or willingness to pay. Our government fully supports the principles of the Canada Health Act and are committed to working with Saskatchewan to strengthen our publicly funded universal healthcare system while at the same time upholding the principles of the Act. And the Minister of Health has asked officials to work with Saskatchewan officials over the next year in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with woodlot owners in my riding in Nova Scotia, and they're committed to help meet Canada's climate change goals through improved woodlot management and also carbon capture. But they're wondering how a price on carbon will help them achieve this goal. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change help them understand this?
The Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I'd really like to thank the member for Cumberland-Colchester for his excellent question. Our government is committed to creating well-paying middle-class jobs while tackling climate change. Woodlot owners will benefit from measures outlined in our Made in Canada Climate Plan, which includes increased use of wood for construction and promotion of bioenergy and bioproducts. Provinces and territories have the flexibility to decide how they're going to price carbon pollution, and this can include offset systems for improved forest management practices and the creation of new forests. Together with provinces and territories, we're taking action in each sector of the economy to reduce emissions, drive innovation, and ensure a better future for our kids.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Phoenix pay system fiasco has reached another disgraceful summit. Out of desperation, over 150 public servants have used the Access to Information Act, if you can imagine, to learn details about their own pay file. The minister says that she's being proactive and working hard, but clearly it's not working. Quite the contrary, thousands of families are being left behind with an uncertain future. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain seriously how this doesn't prove that public servants have lost all confidence in her leadership? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. We are doing everything necessary to fix the problems with the Phoenix pay system. As the member for Gatineau, like all members in this House, I find that it's completely unacceptable that the problems that we're seeing right now with the Phoenix system are there, and we will fix them. I am a little bit incredulous to see this question from a member of the party that left us this system, and that he's trying to explain. I'd love him to come to our riding and explain why they left us the Phoenix pay system and these problems to fix. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, CBC published a Trump team document which details the trade practices that they don't like. Among those, there's supply management, softwood lumber, possible support for Bombardier, Hydro-Quebec's buying practices, and patents. These are all crucial issues for Quebec. This is very concerning, particularly given that every time that Ottawa signs an agreement, it's a Quebec industry that has to pay the price. We saw it with softwood lumber in the United States and with cheese in Europe. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to be firm and defend Quebec tooth and nail. Does the government commit to leave the negotiating table if Donald Trump is unreasonable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we are working very closely with the new American administration on shared areas of interest in the agricultural sector. The minister will soon meet with the new agriculture sector. Our agricultural sectors are very closely linked, and we are working hard to ensure that our farming families here in Canada continue to prosper. We are working with dairy producers and dairy processors so that they can modernize to be more competitive over the long term. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada imagines that over the next 20 years, French as a mother tongue will decline in both Quebec and Canada. Threats to French are linguistic transfers, which are being imposed on Quebec by the federal government. And yet, the solution is independence. Outside of Quebec, the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities has said that this is a policy of assimilation, passive assimilation of French. Will the federal government finally admit the reality one day before French disappears? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is the first time that I rise in the House as Parliamentary Secretary, I am very proud to be Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and also to have responsibility for speaking to official languages issues. Our two official languages, French and English, are at the heart of our history and at the heart of who we are. And we have started consultations across Canada, and we will analyze all of the data that can help us prepare our first action plan when it comes to official languages, which will come into effect in 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. After the tragic terrorist attack in Quebec City, we need to do everything we can to ease tensions and denounce those who would raise tensions. Unfortunately, a columnist from Vancouver used the Quebec City attack to incite hatred by publishing a text in the Washington Post where he says that Quebec is a society that, as a distinct society, quote, produces an awful lot of lunatics prone to public massacres, end quote. He says that Quebec is a racist, anti-Semitic, and pro-fascist society. Does the Government of Canada condemn these racist and incendiary statements? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. I appreciate the question because this highlights a very serious situation, Mr. Speaker. Here on the government side, and I'm sure all members of this House and all Canadians agree, we stand with the Muslim community. We stand with those who the families of those who lost their lives, and we know that the people of Quebec and Canada are all standing up for values of tolerance, inclusion, and diversity for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's all the time we have for oral questions. I'm very sorry. Some others wanted to ask questions.
As everybody goes out silently, I'm sure we can start business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I think that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. I move that this House condemn without reservation the hateful statements made about the people of Quebec by a columnist from Vancouver in the Washington Post on February 1st, and urges the government to defend Quebec's reputation on the international scene. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Yes? No? I heard a few no's. I'm sorry.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition for my constituents about the state of our democracy. They say the consent of the governed is a foundational element of Canadian democracy and is the sole basis of the legitimacy of those elected to govern. It therefore calls on us to ensure that any changes that are made to our electoral system only happen if there is a national referendum where people are consulted. Thank you.
Petitions, petition. Question on the order paper, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Okay. Very good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-30, Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Il me fait un plaisir de me lever en chambre aujourd'hui.
I'm pleased to speak today to discuss the trade agreement between Canada and Europe. More particularly, I want to talk about the benefits this will have for our small and medium-sized businesses and for the agricultural sector. As you know, I represent a riding that is very agricultural, and small business plays an essential role there.
Agreement, or CETA, is one of the most ambitious trade agreements that Canada has ever negotiated. It will open doors and guarantee access for SMEs and agricultural exporters throughout the EU, the world's second-largest economy and import market. This agreement will generate significant benefits for all Canadians. I want to speak first about the importance of SMEs to the Canadian economy and why this agreement is essential to the success of our SMEs in global markets. In Canada, SMEs employ some 10 million Canadians, the equivalent of nearly 90% of Canada's total private sector workforce. SMEs clearly have a significant role to play in Canada's future prosperity, and our government firmly believes in supporting our hard-working SMEs in succeeding in this role. In a recent profile by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada on Canadian SMEs and their exports characteristics, it was found that about 10% of our country's SMEs exported goods and or services in 2011, with export sales accounting for 4% of total company revenues. Notably, the report highlights the superior financial performance by exporters compared with non-exporters. SMEs who exported generated on average higher sales, pre-tax profit margins, and returns on assets compared with non-exporters. The report also found that exporters were more research and development intensive than non-exporters, spending 8% on annual revenues on R&D on average, compared with 6% for non-exporters. Exporters with furthermore more growth-oriented than non-exporters, with about 10% growing sales by 20% or more per year over the 2009-2011 period, compared with 8% for non-exporters. These findings are indicative of the importance of global markets to Canadian SMEs' success. One way to support our SMEs is by ensuring these have accessible opportunities abroad and create advantageous conditions with these markets for them to compete. The negotiations of CETA furthers such an aim. The European Union and its 28 member states are an important market for Canada. I have to say that this is an access for market of 500 million people for our SMEs. The EU is Canada's second most important destination for SMEs exports behind the US and key for global supply chains with more Fortune 500 companies than anywhere else in the world. This important access to supply chain is an important avenue of opportunities for the global ambitions of many Canadian SMEs. CETA aims to lift barriers that have held our SMEs exporters from taking full advantage of accessing this lucrative market. CETA's comprehensive tariff elimination will result in many Canadians' products exported by our SMEs to become more competitive in the EU. Of the EU's more than 9,000 tariff lines, approximately 98% will be duty-free for Canadian goods when CETA comes into force. Almost all of the remaining tariff lines will be eliminated when the agreement is fully implemented. For Canadian SME service suppliers, CETA will provide the best quality market access that the EU, the world's largest importer of services, has ever provided in a trade agreement, as well as the most ambitious commitment on temporary entry the EU has ever granted. Furthermore, CETA will open new opportunities for Canadian SMEs in the EU's estimated $3.3 trillion government procurement market. Once CETA enters into force, Canadian firms will be able to supply goods and select services to all levels of EU government, including the EU's 28 member states and thousands of regional and local government entities. CETA also includes other innovations that will save time and money for Canadian businesses, such as the protocol on conformity assessment that will allow Canadian manufacturers in certain sectors to have their product tested and certified in Canadian for sale in the EU. This can be particularly useful for SMEs. CETA addresses many of the barriers noted by SME exporters head-on and will create advantageous conditions for SMEs to pursue new opportunities in the EU. Our government is committed to supporting the dynamism and exported preparedness of our Canadian businesses, particularly SMEs, and CETA is a landmark initiative that furthers this goal. And now for the important other part of my riding is agriculture. The Canadian agriculture and agri-food sector is also a vibrant and important facet of our economy. We are the 5th largest exporter of agricultural and agri-food products in the world and is renowned as a reliable supplier for safe and high-quality products. As a medium-sized economy, our economic prosperity is built on open trade, and this is especially important for agriculture and agri-food exporters. It is estimated that approximately half of the value of primary agricultural production in Canada is exported, either as a primary commodity or processed food and beverages product. The EU is an important market for Canada in this sector and holds strong potential for our agricultural exporters. Preferential market access to the EU, the world's second largest importer of agriculture and agri-food products, will foster growth and create new opportunities for Canada's producers and processors. CETA reduces tariffs on non-tariff barriers to create a more stable and transparent export environment for our agricultural sector. And just to give you an example, Mr. Speaker, it's estimated that because of CETA, $1.5 billion of potential exports will happen for our agricultural sector, $600 million for our beef sector, $400 million for our pork producers, $100 million of grain and oilseeds, and $300 million in processed foods, fruits, and vegetables. That is good news, Mr. Speaker, for our farmers. Currently, Canadian agricultural exports to the EU face prohibitively high tariff rates, with average EU agricultural tariffs of 13.9%. Key Canadian exports, such as the durum and high-quality common wheat, currently face maximum tariffs of up to €148 per tonne. When CETA is fully implemented, most of these tariffs will be eliminated, making Canada's agricultural products more competitive and attractive to the EU's 500 million consumers. CETA will also create new opportunities for the food processing and beverage industry. One day of CETA's entry into force, all EU tariffs on Canadian processed foods, with the exception of sweet corn and refined sugar, will be immediately eliminated. This comprehensive tariff elimination across the board will directly benefit Canada's processed food and beverages sector to generate more opportunities, which will lead to more jobs, higher wages, and greater long-term prosperity for Canadians. CETA also recognized that barriers to trade extend beyond import tariffs. The agreement will establish mechanisms to address key issues of importance to our producers, including committees and regulatory cooperation. CETA also includes provisions to address non-tariff measures in the EU, such as those related to animal and plant health and food safety. Finalement, Monsieur le Président, l'accord.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the agreement between Canada and Europe is a good one for our farmers. It's a good one for our SMBs. It will give us access to a market of 500 million consumers, and that's excellent news for our country. It is good for small business and for our farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I know that he's Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture, or rather sits on the Agriculture Committee, and one of the main concerns of my riding, and many others that are rural and agricultural, is compensation that had been promised to the dairy and cheese industry following CETA. When the agreement was signed the first time, there was a promise made, a commitment to provide compensation to help the transition of this industry. And this was estimated to $4.3 billion over 10 years, so about $430 million a year. The problem is that when the Liberals promised that compensation, it was greatly reduced. They were talking about $350 million over 5 years, so that compensation for 5 years is less than what would have been given every year under the former promise. So I'd like him to comment on the negative impact of this greatly reduced compensation for cheese producers and dairy producers, particularly in regions where that is very important to the local economy. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Since he's finance critic, he must understand that you always have to compare apples with apples, not with oranges. The compensation that was announced was about two different agreements, the TPP and CETA. TPP was not signed. The figures are different, of course. It'll have an impact of 1.4% that is estimated under CETA. With TPP, it was 3.25%. I'm pleased to announce that $100 million will be available for our processors and producers, and another $350 million to help dairy farmers be more competitive and transition. So I thank my colleague for this question, but he's not comparing comparable things.
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for an excellent presentation. I've heard my colleague speak earlier about agriculture and clearly has a strong understanding of the significance in his riding and also in his province. Through the International Trade Committee, we heard consistently from agricultural producers about the importance of international trade. We live in a country with 33 million people, and certainly the opportunity to expand our markets is absolutely critical. My question to the honourable member is this, and tying into the previous question about compensation. We did hear from farmers talking about compensation packages and also in conjunction with innovation. To be more innovative, to be more competitive, and to also expand in the markets, not only for exporting but also for the importing opportunities. What is our government doing to help our agricultural sector in terms of the imports and the exports to become more innovative? So, for example, the Can Export program. If you could elaborate on that, thank you.
Well, member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. I just want to remind the honourable members, I'm sure she didn't mean me, but she meant the honourable member from Glengarry Prescott Russell. Always speak through the chair. Thank you. Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent question. For me in the riding, I represent over 300 dairy producers, and they were extremely happy when our government announced $350 million. $100 million to help our processors, and I have 2 processors in the riding, and $250 million to help our dairy farmers transition and help them make them more competitive. But the important thing that CETA does, and just to inform my honourable colleague, the UN estimates that by 2050 we'll have to increase our food production by at least 70%. Well, CETA provides that vehicle, but we need to ensure that our farmers are well positioned to compete against, to make Canada the best place in the world to compete across other countries. So I think when we talk about the agri-marketing program, it helps our farmers bring over investors so they understand what happens here, and we can help position their products across other countries in the world. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to rise today to speak on C30, the Act of Implementation of the Canada-European Trade Agreement. I'd like to first of all put out some acknowledgements, excuse me, to our team members, the ones that made this possible. And I speak, of course, of Mr. Steve Verhoel, Christine Hillman, 2 individuals as well as their teams that worked long and hard and have proven to be some of the very best negotiators this globe has to offer. As well, colleagues of mine, member for Abbotsford, who was the former trade minister. We also like to hand out our thoughts with him at this particular time. He has some health issues. Our thoughts and our prayers go with him. As well as the former agricultural minister, who is the current trade critic, and with whom I have the privilege to sit as deputy critic on the Trade Committee. The Liberals also, we want to congratulate them for doing the work that was necessary to bring this home. And so today we are working towards signing this agreement and sending it on the way to make it a reality. I wanted to start off possibly talk about a quick history of trade. We've always traded. People have always known that it's important. It's not only important, but it's impossible for us to acquire what we need without trade. Some of us are blessed with agriculture. Some of us are blessed with the ability to make things. Some of us have other abilities. And throughout history, civilizations have moved with trade. But there's always been an issue, the issue of tariffs. There was always protectionism that caused trade to slow down, and there were governments that always sought fit and for their own selfish reasons, ambitions, to take some of those hard earnings and workings of those that create the goods. And so throughout the history of the world, people and governments have worked towards freeing up trade. I think we can begin that possibly with the 18th century. Men like Adam Smith that wrote and argued that we must more and more concentrate, must more and more lower tariffs, eliminate tariffs, and make trade global. Then we can fast forward. That continued on in the 19th century, the 20th century. We saw 2 awful wars. We saw World War I and the death and destruction that it caused, and World War II, which seemed to accelerate the ability for people to wreak havoc in our lives. And so there again, there was a renewed call to make people work together and to give them a reason to live at peace, and trade is a wonderful example of that. And so in 1949, the World Trade Organization was formed, and work went on to free up trade. Well, we saw what that led to. On our continent, NAFTA, an amazing agreement that allowed us to work with the United States and Mexico and to have that flow of goods continue to move back and forth. And that has resulted in some prosperity. Now, I don't want to regress here too long, but there's been some mishaps, and there's been some maybe some setbacks are happening in the United States at this point. But here in Canada, we know that NAFTA has been a good thing. And then we've also had a number of smaller agreements, but we really today want to talk about CETA. And CETA is an amazing, it's been called the crown jewel of trade agreements. You know, trade has lifted nations out of poverty, and I read recently in the World Health Organization, they stated that extreme poverty has been cut in half in the last 15 years. So we know that these are things that work and these things that benefit mankind. There's been some hard work and coordination that's taken place, and the Conservative government's record is excellent for free trade. We know and we understand the importance of free trade. And I mentioned earlier NAFTA. There were some smaller agreements that the Conservative government arranged, Korea, a free trade agreement with Korea, and then, of course, CETA. We are a trading nation, and Conservatives believe in free trade that will generate increased economic activity, drive prosperity and job creation, as well as foster greater cooperation between our democratic allies. Well, here in Ontario, or in my home province of Ontario, we're quite excited about trade, and it certainly has some great possibilities for us. You know, my colleague, who I mentioned earlier, likes to refer to it as the reunification bill. Why does he say that? Well, because most of us can trace our ancestry to Europe. Some of us can trace a very recent development from that as well. And well, in my case, my parents came from the Netherlands. I know, Mr. Speaker, your parents came from Italy, and I think we could go on and on and on in this House. And there's no question that we have some great roots and some great ethnic ability. So there were four things that I wanted to talk about. And number one, when CETA comes into force, nearly 100% of all EU tariffs on non-agriculture products will be duty-free, along with close to 94% of EU tariff lines on agricultural products. Well, why does that make a difference in southwestern Ontario? Well, in southwestern Ontario, we are blessed to have an incredible land and beautiful climate, and we produce some of the highest outputs of corn and soybean and wheat. We also have, and Mr. Chair, I would direct my attention to you as well, too. We have a incredible greenhouse industry that was started by Italian immigrants. And this industry now has spread and it's grown. It's the largest collection of greenhouses in North America, right in my riding of Chatham, Kent, Leamington. The possibilities and the way that this can move forward and the opportunities that it presents, but it also presents them to people that have direct roots to Europe. Number two, I want to maybe mention the Canada-EU trade agreement will also give Canadian service suppliers. Now, service suppliers employs more than 13.8 million Canadians and accounts for 70% of the total Canadian GDP. The best market access to EU has been granted through this free trade agreement. The agreement will establish greater transparency in the EU service markets, resulting in better, more secure, and more predictable market access. Well, we'll have that opportunity as well, too. And we'll have that opportunity oftentimes with people that we know, people that we are accustomed to, customs that we know as well, too. But it opens up to 500 million people and the largest GDP on the planet. Number three, the Canada-EU agreement will provide Canadian and EU investors with greater certainty, stability, transparency, and protection of their investments. Our preferential access to the EU will attract investments into Canada from our largest trading partner, the U.S., and conversely, EU investors will look to Canada as the gateway to NAFTA. Well, if that's true, that certainly is true for southwestern Ontario. It's true for my riding, because we are right at the doorstep of the United States. And we have that opportunity then to have that trade with our American who do not participate in this EU agreement, and will be looking to us to access Europe, as well as Europe looking to us to access the United States. So it offers an amazing amount of possibilities for us there as well. And fourth, the Canada-EU trade agreement also gives Canadian suppliers of goods and services secure, preferential access to the world's largest procurement market. Now, what's that mean? Well, there's a number of countries in the EU that are in constant need of services and supplies for their government. Well, it gives us an opportunity to tap into those too. We have that right, and we will be able to make those deals as well too. I want to very quickly close on what government's responsibility. Mr. Chair, I have but 1 minute. And I just want to talk about the responsibility of government, which is to keep us competitive. And we do that by lowering our red tape. We do that by lowering taxes. And we do that by debt reduction. And I would implore, and I wish I had more time to talk about that, I implore this government not to make the mistake that they're making and going further into debt, which will cause higher taxes and will put a damp and result in making us less competitive. Mr. Chair, I think I could close by saying that government's responsibility is to make sure that this agreement will work. It's the people's responsibility to be creative. It's for them to offer the products at a reasonable rate that will be attractive to their clients. But it's government's responsibility to make sure that it works. And it's their responsibility to do that by keeping taxes low, by keeping their regulations low. And in that way, I'm looking forward to this agreement being signed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the honourable colleague for his helpful presentation of the historical context in which we find ourselves today. As a fellow member of the Trade Committee and a strong free trader himself, does the honourable member share my enthusiasm for an agreement that may well serve as a model to the world in these changing international times?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honourable member for the question as well, too. And I must say that we have a great committee that we work on, and we've been working on this agreement for quite some time. Yes, I do, and I know that she as well has spoken about the opportunities that will exist in her riding and how those will help change the lives of her members as well, too. I'm very optimistic, and I feel that this agreement will open up new agreements as well, too. And it's a benchmark. You know, oftentimes we used to hear the Americans talk about their city on the hill and their beacon. Well, this is a beacon. This is a beacon of free trade for the rest of the world, too. And so I'm very proud to be part of a government and a country that is moving this trade agreement forward. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech and certainly agree with him. We want to reduce red tape for business. We want business in our country to trade globally, to flourish, to thrive. But government's role is to support business so they can get products to market, to reduce barriers, but also I think it's government's role to protect everyday citizens, especially those most vulnerable or those that are facing challenges and needs for access to health care. Changes to intellectual property rules for pharmaceuticals under CETA are expected to increase drug costs by over $850 million annually. The Canadian Federation of Nurse Unions have also warned that it can make it more difficult to bring down prices through a national pharmacare program. So I ask the member, is the member concerned that CETA will lead to increased costs of prescription drugs for Canadians, given that Canadians already pay more for prescription drugs than almost every other OECD country? And is the member willing to support a trade deal that could increase costs for the people in his community and his constituents?
Well, member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you. I thank the member for the question as well, too. That was a topic that was raised repeatedly. There's no question that there were some strong concerns about that. And when we had our trade negotiators and the experts to the panel that came to committee, repeatedly we asked that question. And I must confess that there isn't a uniform agreement on how that's going to work. But I was convinced by the testimony that I heard that this should not affect our cost in so much that it'll be increased. There's a real possibility that we could see a decrease. There's other things that governments can do as well, too, and I think the provincial governments have been talking about this, and the federal government's been talking about that, how we can pool our purchasing power, and I think that's probably a direction that we'll have to use. And You know, we all want to make sure, and I share his concerns about those that are most vulnerable and those that are poor, that we want to make sure that any time we enter any agreement, that our eyes on those individuals, and we want to make sure that their lives will be embittered by it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North. We have time for a very, very short question, if that's possible.
Mr. Speaker, a short question in regards to, here we're debating a very important trade agreement between Canada and the European Union, and my question is related to the importance of making sure that we could get this through, given the importance of trade to Canada and what's happening in the U.S. today. We are in a great position to be able to capitalize on being a corridor of trade that would flow through the EU to Canada into the United States. I wonder if the member might provide some further thought on that.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington, equally as short if possible.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the fact that it has to be short, but I share what the honourable member has said too as well, that this is a great opportunity for us to be that link between the United States and Europe. And we will be in the enviable position to be the only country that will be between those two great economic powers. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think we're headed in the right direction with this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. With 3 seconds to go. That's great. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Merci. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was of great interest for me to listen to the speech made by my colleague. And I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to sit on the Trade Committee for the past year and a half. I rise today to speak to Bill C-30, which is the act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures. Having had the unique opportunity to sit on the Standing Committee on International Trade for the past year and a half, I can confirm that this comprehensive agreement between Canada and the European Union is not just a priority for our government, but also a source of Canadian pride for our committee. As was mentioned during second reading, this is an important matter that we had to discuss. Members who sat, and it was discussed in 2007, even at the Quebec National Assembly. In terms of economic development, I have had an opportunity to talk about the importance of diversifying the Canadian and Quebec economies by diversifying our trade partners.
I remember to what extent the economic crisis of 2008 was hard for Canada, but I've always had faith in our people and our institutions, and I knew we'd get through that difficult step. Mr. Speaker, recently we've seen major changes on the international scene, particularly when it comes to trade. And indeed, the current economic and trade situation has changed in the world, and it's affecting every continent. For example, the United States has stepped away from the TPP. TPP was something we've worked very hard on over the last year. At this point, Mr. Speaker, there's a tendency towards protectionism, where countries are tending to look inwards. We saw it in Europe when the European Union, where the European Union will have to negotiate with Great Britain, or we've seen it in our neighbor to the south with the announcements that it has made recently. In these troubled times, I'm personally very proud to see Canada show leadership when it comes to progressive international trade, and I'm proud that we're moving forward in respect for Canada's economic interests. Mr. Speaker, as many economists have said, market diversification is the key solution for the success of our local businesses from sea to sea. For our government, progressive trade represents growth, and growth, in turn, means more jobs here in Canada in our local communities which need those jobs. CETA, I am certain, will lead not only to growth, but also to clear concrete opportunities to help the middle class across the country. However, we all saw what happened during the economic crisis of 2008 when we know that when the economy of our biggest trading partner takes a hit, Canada feels it too. And so that's why Canada is looking forward to the coming into force of the most ambitious and progressive trade agreement ever put in place. CETA and Bill C-30 is a true Canadian success story, and every Canadian can be proud. Because for our children, for our small businesses, and for future businesses, we need to diversify our economy and open our markets to new trade partners. Opening up our markets to Europe is not only natural given our shared values, but it's also a clear demonstration of our desire to diversify our economies and our trade partners. And for the Europeans, it's natural to have better trade with a country like Canada, because we all defend human rights and workers' rights, but also because we're all working towards increased innovation. We offer excellent training. Our labor force is highly trained, and we know that the knowledge-based economy is the economy of tomorrow and the 21st century. In my riding, on the North Shore of Montreal, we have lots of businesses and leaders who are innovating in many sectors of Canadian society. For example, our manufacturing sectors, the robotics sector, aerospace, IT, food processing. I have all of this in my riding, and CETA will represent many opportunities for all of these businesses. Since the election, I have met with these businesses and people in my riding. I've heard everything that they've had to say, and they're looking forward to CETA coming into effect. CETA will have a great effect on our local businesses. They will be able to increase production given the opening of new markets. And many businesses, not only in Rivière-du-Mille, but also across Canada, will have access to greater demand in certain sectors. I've heard on the ground, there are a lot of people talking about Death Valley, which is affecting many of our small businesses. Opening up our borders to Europe will give our businesses new opportunities and allow them to succeed. This is also an opportunity for our businesses and for European businesses to exchange best practices in their areas of activity, and who knows, it might allow certain businesses to grow very rapidly. The exchange of best practices is essential, and it's one of the many benefits in CETA, as well as CETA's provisions, which will allow for greater labor force mobility. This important measure in CETA, Mr. Speaker, is rarely publicized, but when CETA comes into force, there will be greater labor force mobility in many key sectors of Canada's economy, including in the services sector, which has been growing for years. And it's important to note that along with being the second biggest economy in the world, the European Union is a market of 500 million people, and it has one of the most developed and advanced service sectors in the world. With this agreement, Mr. Speaker, more Canadians will be at work. Innovation will grow, and our small and medium-sized businesses in many sectors will grow as well. Finally, while around the world countries are closing their borders, Canada is opening its borders. Canada will have an enviable position in the world with CETA. We will be eliminating tariffs, and we will be the only country that has such an agreement with the European Union. As Canadians, we can all be proud of having opened markets in Europe with CETA between the European Union and Canada, and I'm very proud. I hope that all of my colleagues in the House will support this agreement and Bill C-30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I want to just ask her to share a bit about the consultation process that goes into a trade deal like this. That's obviously an important aspect of the discussion. I think some people criticize trade deals because they say, well, the discussions happen in secret, but the reality is that many stakeholders are invited to, within the privacy that's necessary for those negotiations, provide their input. As was the case with the negotiation of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the same process was followed for CETA, where different stakeholders were able to be engaged in the conversation throughout. So I wonder if the member could comment on that process and just the importance of the ongoing consultation that was done by the previous government in the context of negotiating this important trade deal.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Certainly, consultations are very important, and I can say that we consulted quite widely on TPP. We also consulted on CETA, which was admittedly quite well advanced in the process. But we sometimes hear different versions. There are some people who are very interested, others not. But that having been said, all of our fish and seafood sectors, people in the Maritimes are very excited to see this agreement signed because tariffs will go down by 25%. There are great opportunities for the Pacific and the Maritimes. In my riding, the manufacturing sector will be the main beneficiary of this agreement. But overall, we are going to be opening markets with the European Union. We'll be the only ones to do that. We'll have an enviable position in the world, given that we are in North America. We'll be a bridge between North America and Europe. There are very positive elements. Thank you.
Well, member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear from the member whether she considered at committee, at the Trade Committee, or whether she will support the revisions that we're proposing in the House today that will give me confidence as the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith that some very specific businesses and industries in my region will be protected. So I understand that Vancouver Island cheese producers that use words like feta, brie, camembert in their packaging will no longer be able to do that. That will affect the Comox cheese, Natural Pastures, Salt Spring Island cheese, big businesses in our region, that they won't be allowed to use those words anymore. But that the government, both Conservative and Liberal, failed to negotiate similar protections for our local brands, the Nanaimo bar, for example. Will a European company be able to market a Nanaimo bar? Will they be able to market Saskatoon berries? I'm very concerned that there aren't protections for wineries in Nanaimo. Both Shadow Wolf and Millstone are growing wineries in my region. I'm afraid that the provisions won't protect the existing, will in fact exacerbate the existing tremendous trade imbalance between European and Canadian wine, and that the Vintners Association in Canada asked for protections in order to be able to accommodate, but that they received no assurances. And very concerned in my region about local jobs in the maritime industry. If we're no longer protecting, ensuring that it has to be local people that know our waters intimately, if they no longer have those jobs, safety is jeopardized and absolutely coastal economy is jeopardized. 3,000 jobs are at stake, now saying that those can be offshored. Can the member please assure me that she gave those recommendations serious consideration at committee and that she will support the motion brought by the member of Essex that the New Democrats are proposing to make this a better deal for Canada?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I would like to thank my colleague for raising concerns from her riding. When you speak about dairy products and feta cheese, well, I'm Quebec's representative on the International Trade Committee. If you want to talk about cheese, I can tell you that in Quebec we are the biggest producer of fine cheese products in Canada. We are also major consumers of cheese. Yes, the Europeans produce a lot of cheese and dairy producers, but you know, Canadian businesses are very competitive with the quality and variety of products they produce. Certainly when we have a progressive agreement like this one, the one we are going to sign, that will lead to certain concerns. But I will continue to say that this will allow us to add jobs, and I find it hard to see a certain protectionist element across the way when we see that that's what's happening in Europe and the United States, and we see that that's going to bring a lot of problems. So I think that opening having jobs and signing the European agreement, I sincerely believe that we are doing the right thing. When we sign a free trade agreement, well, we'll have a look. Thank you. I would like to remind the honourable member and all members that when we speak in the third person, through the speaker and not directly to members across the way.
Prise du débat, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin my comments by sharing a few small important examples with you and with all these other members on why trade is important to my riding. Now, back in 2013, the former Minister of Agriculture, who is now in this place as the member from Battleford's Lloydminster, signed a deal with China that would result in an innovative new way to send BC cherries to China. It was not only innovative from both a food science and regulatory perspective, it actually resulted, Mr. Speaker, in BC cherries being able to access the Chinese market 2 weeks faster than our competitors from other countries. 2 weeks is a massive time savings when you consider cherries have a 1-month shelf life. I mention these things because one day I had a meeting with a group of local fruit growers. They came to my office not to request more government funding or support, but rather to share with me that this new opportunity in China was working incredibly well for them and was creating very lucrative returns. Now, Mr. Speaker, just a moment on that point. Many people in my area are concerned about keeping farmers farming. If there is a good income to be made, Mr. Speaker, the fastest and the strongest way that any government can support farmers is to make sure that they can receive those returns. But again, I go back to it. In other words, they wanted me to know what their government had done and that it was working for them. Now, I will briefly provide another quick example. A local winemaker shared with me news that he had done a $1 million deal selling his wine direct to Asia for a small family winery. That is simply massively exciting news for them. More so when you consider that same small family winery still cannot sell directly into Ontario. But that's a topic I think we'll save for another day, Mr. Speaker. The point to these examples is that trade creates new opportunities that in turn creates prosperity. And best of all, Mr. Speaker, it's not government largesse, but opportunity that they want. Because we know now that when Canadians compete with the world, we can and do succeed every day, allowing us to thrive and for these farm families, these small businesses, Mr. Speaker, to flourish. Now, I say we know now because, of course, as a country, we didn't always know that. Now, there was a time shortly after the first free trade agreement with the United States was announced, some BC vintners threatened to tear out their grapes. So convinced were they that they could not compete with the vast acres of the massive California wine industry. Now, today, one of my constituents now frequently consults and provides his expertise to the California wine industry. Another one of the wineries in my riding is actually buying up a few California wineries. So I believe you can all understand my enthusiasm and my support for what new opportunities will become available with the implementation of the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement deal, Mr. Speaker. Now, on that same theme, I would like to take a moment and commend the government for carrying on the good work of the former government to see this CETA deal moving forward. Now, having said that, I do have a few serious concerns I would like to share. None of us in this place know exactly what changes, if any, may become of our most important trade relationship south of our border. However, I believe we would all agree that diversifying and creating new trade opportunities is the type of due diligence and leadership that we can collectively provide here in Ottawa. But we must also, Mr. Speaker, be very careful, because so much as market access is critically important, we must not also forget that trade is always a two-way street. And if our side of the street is full of road bumps that slow things down and is more expensive to travel on, well then guess what? Trade can become more of a one-way street and flow more in one direction. So how do we prevent that? Well, here's the good news. On the regulatory side of things, all parties in this place voted in support of the Red Tape Regulatory Reduction Act that was approved in the 41st Parliament. Now, I mention this as the new president has indicated that he will introduce similar measures in the United States, even going a step further than our one-for-one regulatory reduction, calling for a 2-to-1 reduction. Historically, also working in Canada's favor is the fact that we have had lower corporate and small business taxes. Something you may recall the Burger King Corporation was eager to take advantage of when they moved their head office from the United States to Canada. But now, of course, here again, the new president has indicated he will seek to lower U.S. corporate taxation rates to similar to Canada. Most of the world has paid no attention to the fact that the president is doing these things because they are mesmerized instead by his presidential Twitter feed. Now, but rest assured, here in Canada, we need not to lose focus on the big picture. And it is the big picture, Mr. Speaker, which I am most concerned. As you know, the Liberal government has dictated a national carbon tax regime that will increase the costs of doing business here in Canada. Keep in mind, none of our major competitors, not the United States of America, not China, nor India, are following our lead on this. When people are no longer following you, you are no longer leading the way. Liberals say these increased carbon tax costs will not make a difference to our competitiveness. Well, here's some food for thought on that. In British Columbia in 2008, at the time, the BC carbon tax was introduced. Basically, 100% of all cement used in British Columbia was manufactured in British Columbia. And why not? Concrete is not exactly lightweight, inexpensive product to import and then transport from other jurisdictions. So what happened when BC produced concrete that was subject to a carbon tax in 2008? It became more expensive. And in fact, by 2014, BC produced concrete only accounted for roughly 65% of all concrete used in British Columbia, because cheaper concrete was being imported from jurisdictions with no carbon tax. Now, because of this, the BC government is now providing financial subsidies to the BC concrete industry. And of course, we now have the BC pulp and paper sector looking for similar carbon tax relief. And it should also be pointed out that BC greenhouse growers have also secured BC carbon tax exemptions, not unlike how many of Ontario's worst industrial polluters have also received extensions and are exclusions from the Ontario cap-and-trade way of taxing carbon. Now, we all know in every one of these situations, these exemptions or subsidies are being provided to protect jobs and support local economies. But we must not overlook who they are protecting these jobs from, Mr. Speaker, and that's ourselves. It is our own government-imposed carbon taxes that we are now in turn subsidizing to compete against jurisdictions that don't have a carbon tax. And let us not forget, with the exceptions of the BC government, who has a balanced budget, many of these subsidies are being provided with borrowed money that taxpayers pay interest with, and over and above the carbon tax they pay. And we must also consider that jurisdictions like Ontario, the government policies have created some of the highest energy costs in North America. In Ontario, over 600 jobs are being lost as General Motors is closing a car manufacturing plant and then moving jobs to Mexico, where they have considerably lower production costs. all at a time when the Liberal government is dramatically increasing the costs of employers through a new carbon tax called Big CPP. Now, Mr. Speaker, even the Finance Department has said that the Big CPP will harm jobs in the Canadian economy for somewhere between 20 and 25 years. And again, think about that, 20 to 25 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, I just want to recap something, Mr. Speaker. I'm supportive of these opportunities. I think it's incredibly important the government supports these things, but let's not lose the big picture here. The big picture is, in this government, is making us our own competitors. We need to be showing the way in a way that our industry can compete internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg. Oh, the honourable member for Saint-Boniface.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
My honourable member for reasoned speech. I don't agree with everything in his speech, but there was some excellent points. I wonder, I think he would agree with me that last November the world changed with the election of the new president of the United States, who's wildly unpredictable, more protectionist, and wants to renegotiate NAFTA. So I'm wondering if you could comment on the fact that given those realities, protectionists, unpredictability, renegotiating of the North American Free Trade Agreement, that it becomes more important than ever to actually finalize CETA, to approve CETA, and CETA becomes more important than ever for Canada to approve and to implement. I'm wondering if he could offer his comments on that.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's intervention. I think I did make it very clear that I was supportive of CETA, but I also mentioned that trade is a two-way street. And then inevitably, if here in Canada, if we make it more difficult for Canadians to be able to compete internationally, if we make it so that we either don't have proper access or we have more red tape or higher taxes and all the things that go along with many of the policies of this government, we will inevitably see trade dry up on one side of that street. We will see Canadian businesses burdened and not be able to employ people. We will continue to see those 600 jobs and more go from Canada south to Mexico. Why, Mr. Speaker? Is because with those increased costs, we cannot compete successfully. Those farmers I met with could compete because they needed the access, but we need to be able to continue to make sure they can compete, or else we will end up subsidizing and exempting and all, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we don't lose the big picture. I'm just asking the current government to take these things to heart, and if they are ready to actually engage, then to do the right things and not to put us down a road where we are going to regret 5, 10, 20 years out. Thank you.
Questions and comments? So the honourable member for Desney, Ms. Nippy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Churchill River.
My question is in line with the world changes that are happening currently with the election of President Donald Trump and with the Brexit vote. If the UK triggers its exit from the EU and also leaves CETA, is the member comfortable with the concessions Canada has made in CETA, given that the UK represents nearly half of Canada's export market to the EU?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Thank you,
Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. First of all, the United Kingdom cannot engage in any new trade deals until after they formally triggered a Brexit, as it's called. And given our long-standing ties with the many Commonwealth countries, particularly the United Kingdom, I think that it would be helpful, and I would hope that other members would support this. My understanding is the United Kingdom was very key in the negotiations of CETA, and perhaps we could come to terms rather quickly and maintain that market access. Of course, that would take the government to engage with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has been talking to many, many other liberal Western democracies, such as the United States, because they believe it's in their interest to keep trade lines open. So I really hope that this government is going to be quick on their feet and that they have pounded on the door to let the United Kingdom know that Canada wants to continue that relationship. Nay, Mr. Speaker, wants to increase that relationship.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise to speak on Bill C-30, I think for the second time now. And it's a great event when we can implement a progressive trade agenda here between Canada and our second largest trading partner, which is the European Union. It gives me great pleasure as the chair of the Canada-Italy Interparliamentary Group, as an Italian citizen, thus a European citizen as well as a Canadian citizen, to say that our two communities are working together. This is an unprecedented trade deal. It's an unprecedented trade deal currently in the world we live in. It's going to bring great benefits to the Canadian economy as well as the European economy. It's going to open up new markets for our manufacturer, our service providers, firms looking to create wealth, personal wealth, wealth for their citizens, and it's going to be something that's going to drive long-term economic growth. And when I look at this trade deal that we brought over the finish line, that we completed as a government, I must congratulate our current Foreign Affairs Minister for her work on completing the agreement, and I congratulate the European Parliament for passing the agreement, and now it'll go to the individual European Union members. And when I look at this, what we're putting in place as a government, and I say, how are we growing the middle class? How are we strengthening the middle class, which is the backbone of our economy, the backbone of Canadian society for generations, and that's the way it's going to continue. And I say to myself, this morning we created a thing called Toronto Global, where we joined with our municipal partners and our provincial partners, and we invested funds to help grow the Toronto economy, an investment hub in Toronto. Again, Toronto, as we know, is an economic generator in Canada, along with the oil patch in Alberta, along with the manufacturing sector in the heartland of Ontario, and here we are investing. A few months ago, the Global Affairs Minister created this Investment Canada Hub, downtown, $218 million over 5 years, again, to attract investment to Canada. Why? To create good middle-class paying jobs for all Canadians. So the future of my daughters, of folks here who may be grandparents or parents, that they'll have good jobs for their kids. So when I look at our progressive trade agenda that's been implemented with the European Union, I say to myself, I look at some of the things that we've done with this deal. A chapter on environmental protection, chapter really on sustainable development, a chapter on labor. And this is what I would call a trade deal which is win-win, a trade deal which is fair, a trade deal which is right, a trade deal which is progressive. And we need to underscore it because that's important for our relationship with all countries around the world, and specifically with the European Union. I look at companies such as Fiat Chrysler Canada, which is part of FCA Group headed out of Italy, out of Turin, Italy. I look at the investments that they've done in the cities like Windsor, in Brampton, and the jobs that they're creating, the good middle-class jobs that they're providing for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It's very important. I look at my own personal background and what trade has done for me. I grew up in northern British Columbia. To pay for my university education, I worked at the Canadian grain elevator, which, as you can imagine, exported wheat, barley, and oats through Prince Rupert to countries all over the world. These were very good, and still are very good, above-average paying, middle-class jobs. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pride to acknowledge that trade grows our Canadian economy. Trade is good, and that's what this deal does. The European Union alone imports over $2 trillion worth of goods and services. That is larger than the Canadian economy. Think about the opportunities that Canadian companies will have to export their manufactured goods, but even above that, above the manufactured side, services. So you think of consultants, think in organizations. Look at the opportunities for procurement, for transportation companies to not only bid on jobs in the European Union, but also to employ Canadians. The opportunities are tremendous, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at what we've done to strengthen the middle class, in addition to CETA, you look at our plan for infrastructure in Canada. Well, obviously that's going to be a plan that is going to strengthen our ports, our airports, our waterways, so goods and services can be exported expeditiously, efficiently to countries in Europe. Another bonus, our plan for the middle-class Canadians in terms of taxes. We lowered taxes this year, or last year, excuse me, 9 million Canadians now pay lower taxes in Canada. Over $20 billion of tax relief, again another measure to strengthen the middle class. The Canada Child Benefit, again something to strengthen the middle class. CETA is something that will strengthen the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to speak on this measure today. When I look at the country of Italy, where my parents came from, and I look at the trade that goes back and forth, the strong cultural and historic ties, I can only say to myself, CETA is a win-win for both my heritage, the folks where we came from, and for the country now we call home and we love. CETA provides us a tremendous opportunity to strengthen ties, to invest in both countries, and to create those good middle-class paying jobs. And I like to tell my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that if you look at the economic data that's come out in Canada last month, we had very strong gross domestic product numbers. We had very strong employment numbers in the last 2 to 3 months. We've seen a pickup here in Canada. Yes, there is uncertainty, but the only thing we can do with uncertainty is have a steady hand. And that's why we have a foreign affairs minister doing what she is doing. We have a trade minister doing what is he doing, reaching out to their counterparts, reaching out to our allies, and we will stand together with them. And with CETA, we will grow the economy, and we will continue to do that. I'm proud to be part of that. On the infrastructure side, $181 billion over 12 years. Infrastructure, as we know, allows for the strengthening economic growth for today and for tomorrow. We will continue to implement that. We will, in the area I'm from, in a few months we'll open a brand new subway, the York-Spadina subway extension from the City of Toronto. Again, infrastructure being put to use. Mr. Speaker, I was proud approximately 3 or 4 weeks ago to announce an investment by the Canadian government for a new interregional terminal in the city of Vaughan. Again, that will strengthen the economy, the local economy, move goods and services, and move people. And at the end of the day, strengthen the middle class. CETA is a trade deal, again, that will help us grow the economy, create those good jobs, and at the same time, strengthen the middle class. I have to underline that. CETA improvements for services, investment, labor, mobility, government procurement are groundbreaking. It will be a model for other trade deals that will occur through the world. 98% of Europe's tariff lines will be eliminated for Canadian companies. Mr. Speaker, again, this is all great for the economy. And as I've heard this morning and in the past days, there is uncertainty on the horizon, or it has hit us. But again, CETA provides an avenue of certainty for Canadian firms that they know that they can trade and invest with the second largest economy of the world, second largest trading partner of Canada, that will allow us, again, to grow a stronger economy. I also look at other measures that we've done to strengthen the middle class, the CPP enhancement. Again, groundbreaking for us. It'll allow the next generation to know that they'll have a strong retirement, a healthy retirement. And what I would say, to allow them to retire with dignity. Mr. Speaker, I think my time is almost up. But what I would like to say on the CETA deal as well is that it demonstrates to us just how important relationships are in today's world. It demonstrates to all of us, because I believe the majority of the members are in support of the deal in the House, it demonstrates to us the path forward we as a government must take with our international allies, a path forward where progressive trade deals, a progressive agenda, at the end of the day wins it. That is the way we're going to grow our economy. That is the way we're going to strengthen our middle class. Mr. Speaker, and I continue to underline that. Again, Mr. Speaker, when you read over CETA and the chapters on environmental protection, the chapters on an innovative approach to investment protection, investment dispute resolution provision in CETA, the safeguards that are in place regarding our manufacturers, we've excluded, obviously, the social services aspect from the deal. This deal is groundbreaking, and we finished it, and I'm proud of that fact. We'll have thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to finish off, as someone that has worked internationally, both in New York City and some time in London, England, and has traveled extensively in Europe and the United States, I look at this deal as providing the opportunities and almost guaranteeing the opportunities that I had for my children. That's effectively what it does. It allows us to grow our economy and provide the opportunities for individuals to have their passions fulfilled, for those businesses that want to trade, want to invest, want to create wealth, and create good Canadian-paying jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I congratulate the Liberal government on having successfully rebranded the trade deal that the Conservative government negotiated. I want to just ask, though, about trade in the Asia-Pacific area because, of course, with the new president in the United States, there's some doubt about how that will proceed. Our view certainly would be it's important for us to continue to pursue trading arrangements, especially with like-minded democracies in the Asia-Pacific region. And in that vein, it's very important for our Prime Minister to actually speak out about the importance of the open economy, which you haven't seen a lot of. So if you ever could maybe reflect on the future of trade in the Asia-Pacific and what more the Prime Minister needs to be doing to actually communicate the value of trade in a clear public way.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague and friend for that question. And what I will say, if you look at our government's actions in terms of promoting trade and investment to Canada, even with the recent appointment of the new ambassador, the former honourable colleague of all of ours, you look at our government's commitment to grow trade, whether it's on a large multilateral basis or if it's just on a bilateral basis. I think our government, and even from our platform, we emphasize trade as a way of growing our economy and strengthening our middle class. And if you've seen our recent actions with the appointment of the new ambassador and with our discussions and our trips with the Prime Minister's trip over to China a few months ago, you see we are committed to strengthening our trade ties with a vast majority of countries, doing it smartly with the appropriate and pertinent safeguards in place, and we'll continue that path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi, James Nunavik, EU.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation. One of the aspects that we always seem to forget when we talk about international agreements, Mr. Speaker, is the impact of these agreements have on Indigenous peoples in this country and the constitutional rights of Indigenous peoples in this country. This government has committed to a renewed relationship, nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, and most importantly, that nation-to-nation relationship needs some sort of true meaning, in my view. Like I said, these agreements have impacts on rights of Indigenous peoples, and with that in mind, I have two very simple questions for the member. In future bilateral or multilateral negotiations of Canada, will they include the full participation of Indigenous peoples because of those rights that are so important to them? Mm-hmm. And secondly, and I think the National Chief, when he made this presentation last June to the Standing Committee on International Trade, made that point very strongly. And the same principle applies in this case. Second question is, there is a constitutional duty to consult and accommodate First Nations whenever we effect their rights. Has this duty been carried out in this case regarding the bill before us?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague from Abitibi, James Bay, for those two questions. How can I frame it? What I will say to my colleague is, growing up on the northern coast, approximately 50% of the population in the city I grew up in was Indigenous. So I know many of the issues that have affected the community and have many friends from that community. What I say when it comes to trade deals, we would my personal opinion is very simple, sir, is we want the benefits of those trade deals to flow to all Canadians, including Indigenous folks, Indigenous Canadians. We want to strengthen the middle class, and we want to strengthen the opportunities that are available for the folks that I went to high school with, and for the folks that remain in the city I grew up in, Prince Rupert. That is the best answer that I can provide on this issue. We need to make sure that trade benefits all Canadians, including the Indigenous people. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming debate, I want to remind the honourable members that there is a protocol in the House, and yelling across the floor is not one of them. The honourable member the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure and a privilege to be able to rise and speak on what I believe are national issues that are of great importance. And I believe this is one of those issues, Mr. Speaker, because it is all about trade. You know, for actually a number of years, the leader of the Liberal Party at first spoke quite well about the importance of Canada's middle class. And he started talking about Canada's middle class prior to it becoming a popular topic of discussion or debate inside this chamber, in fact, when he was the leader of the third party. Then we went into an election, and the leader made it very clear that from a party's perspective, priority one was Canada's middle class and those that are working hard to become a part of that middle class. And I'm so happy in the sense that Canadians recognized that priority and supported, and now that our leader is indeed the Prime Minister of Canada, and we have been able to deliver in many different ways on something that's very tangible for Canada's middle class and those striving to be a part of it. And that's why when I look at the debate that we're having today on CETA, I agree with my colleague from across the way in many of the comments that he put on the record. It is important. Trade really does matter. Canada is a trading nation. And as a file, this file, I believe, has been handled so well in the last 18, 19 months. Whether it's the current, in particular the former minister responsible for the trade file, the current minister responsible for foreign affairs, while she was Minister of Trade, International Trade, did a phenomenal job at representing Canada's best interests and representing the Government of Canada. We need to recognize that this debate that we're having today on the Canada-European Trade Agreement was not a completed deal. We actually had to spend numerous hours as a government in order to finalize the agreement. And I think that's important to recognize. There were many members opposite that were starting to make accusations that we dropped the ball, that we were not successful at getting this agreement across the goal line, Mr. Speaker. Well, not only did we get this agreement across the goal line, we've also accomplished many other things related to the trade file, whether it was the signing of Ukraine trade agreement, whether, Mr. Speaker, it was the World Organization trade agreement that was brought in form of legislation that dealt with numerous countries around the world, or the ratification, to some of the pet projects, such as in the prairies, the canola issue with respect to China, to beef and pork exports. We have been very proactive on this file. Why? Because I believe that the Prime Minister has it right when he says that trade does matter, because it's through trade that we generate the opportunities for Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker, in terms of being able to grow into the future, because Canada is that trading nation. Now, I must say that I am somewhat disappointed. The New Democrats are like a broken record on trade, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, here is an opportunity, and it doesn't matter. There is no appeasing the New Democrats on this file, Mr. Speaker. They oppose this agreement, and I don't agree with the NDP. I really believe that once again that they have lost sight of the end goal. The end goal is ensuring that we have good quality jobs into the future and protecting where we can the industries that are so critically important to our nation, Mr. Speaker. We have, the NDP going in a totally different direction on such an important file, especially if you take into consideration in terms of what's what's happening south of us, Mr. Speaker. So I listen to the types of questions that are being put forward from the New Democrats today and in previous days, Mr. Speaker, and the only thing that comes to my mind is the word hogwash. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, who are they trying to kid? No matter what sort of an agreement that we came up with, the NDP it's in their DNA at the national level anyway to oppose trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. And yet again, that is what we are seeing. They're critical in terms of us, in terms of why it is that we have taken different positions on trade agreements. The simple answer, Mr. Speaker, is if there is a trade agreement that's in the best interest of the Canadian economy and Canada's middle class, Canadians will know that we as a party will indeed support it. We know what it is that we speak of. In fact, the last time we actually had a trade surplus, Mr. Speaker, as you likely know, because you were a part of it, I believe at that time, was under the Liberal administration, where we actually had a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus, Mr. Speaker. We understand the importance of trade. We understand how whether it's the province of Ontario and the manufacturing industry, or it's Alberta and the commodities, or my home province of Manitoba, where we have a wonderful mixture, and more we're seeing that throughout Canada, where we have diversity, manufacturing, commodities, and so forth, recognizing the actual value of trade. I often make reference to an example of the pork industry in Manitoba because it's an industry in which I'm very familiar with. I can take a look at the Maple Leaf plant and how that Maple Leaf plant is so dependent on being able to export its products. Look at the parking lot, Mr. Speaker, and you'll see, over 1,400, I believe, employees that work there. They're driving cars, they're renting, they're buying homes, furniture, they're feeding an economy, Mr. Speaker, and vast majority of that product. Manitoba has more pigs than people, Mr. Speaker, in the province. A vast majority of that product goes outside of the province of Manitoba. And that applies for so many industries. Some of the very best buses manufactured, I'm a little biased, but Mr. Speaker, I would argue the best buses manufactured are in my home city of Winnipeg. I can talk about tractors, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about pumps, all sorts of aerospace industry parts that are manufactured, from jets to propellers to rockets, Mr. Speaker. All sorts of industries that are so well developed, not only in my home province, but throughout this nation. And I can tell you that Canada does not have to take the second seat to any other nation when it comes to quality products. And we can market to the world. And this government, unlike the New Democrats, take and value the work and the efforts and the industries that we currently have. And we believe that we can be a conduit that will allow for increased sales abroad, Mr. Speaker, which will, in fact, create the jobs that Canadians really and truly want, Mr. Speaker. Jobs are important. We have talked a great deal about the middle class. We know that if you have a healthy middle class, you will have a healthier economy. And, Mr. Speaker, that is something in which this government has taken very seriously and will continue to do so. The European Economic Trade Agreement that we're debating today allows Canada to even go further than one might think, given some of the things that are taking place in the U.S. today. We have an opportunity to be able to be almost like a gateway into the United States, and to a certain degree, a gateway going again from the United States over to the European Union. I believe that what we need to be able to do is to keep the trade file as a high priority, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister and this Cabinet is committed to continuing to push on the trade file, because we know, Mr. Speaker, by doing so that we are creating the opportunities into the future, and I'm talking about those valuable jobs that Canada needs to be able to have into the future in order to be able to continue to prosper, Mr. Speaker. So it's with pleasure that I'm able to add a few thoughts about the importance of trade. I know that I'm quickly running out of time, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully I'll get the opportunity to have questions and answers the next time that we get the chance to debate this particular amendments, because I know my colleague on my left-hand side is quite eager with some questions, Mr. Speaker. So with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity to speak and look forward to seeing the government continue to push the trade file, because it's important to all Canadians that we do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The honourable member for Winnipeg North will have 5 minutes of questions and comments coming to him when we debate this bill again. Comme il est 13h30.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business consideration at report stage of Bill C-233, National Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease and Other Dementias Act, standing in the name of Mr. Nicholson.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? I'm sorry? I believe it's carried. We shall now, when shall the bill be read a third time? Now sounds good. Now. Okay, very good. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me to rise in this chamber to address my Bill 233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, on the occasion of its third and final reading. I'm most gratified that to date this proposed legislation has had the support of the majority of the members of the House. Alzheimer's disease currently affects 750,000 Canadians and their families, and that figure is expected to double within a generation. In addition, 3 out of 4 Canadians know someone who is affected by Alzheimer's or dementia. That's 75% of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that as we prepare to cross the finish line with this legislation that we complete this task together. Canadians are counting on it. It's most heartening to know that in matters of great concern to the citizens of our country and their families, that we, as members of Parliament, can work together across party lines to unite and advocate for research, collaboration, and partnership to find cures, provide timely diagnosis, and offer support for treatment. This cooperation will lead to positive health outcomes for Canadians who suffer Alzheimer's and dementia, and will reassure their loved ones who provide care. Canadians expect that parliamentarians will work on their behalf to resolve these critical issues. Members from across the aisle have demonstrated their willingness to work together to ensure that a national coordinated strategy is put in place to alleviate the suffering of Alzheimer's victims and their families. They have brought the very best of Canadian principles to the floor of the House of Commons to ensure that Bill 233 will be passed for the greater good of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that no one should have to witness the slow and painful deterioration of a loved one or a family member suffering from this cruel illness. Far too many Canadians endure the long goodbye. I know that I do not stand alone, as I am joined by many of my colleagues in this House who have dealt with or are dealing with a family member, a friend, or a loved one who are suffering from various forms of dementia. Alzheimer's is no respecter of persons. From President Ronald Reagan to our next-door neighbor, this terrible disease knows no bounds. It takes a terrible toll amongst victims and families. It's important for me to once again acknowledge and express my gratitude to the member from Don Valley West for seconding this legislation when it was introduced into Parliament. The member has shared heart-wrenching stories of parishioners who he dealt with in his work as a United Church minister, and I know he shares my desire to see this bill become a reality. I thank him for his support. I want to acknowledge as well the work of former member Claude Gravel on this important issue. It once again demonstrates that we can work together in a nonpartisan manner. When we do that, we can accomplish much for Canadians. It's in this vein that I once again ask my colleagues in the House to walk shoulder to shoulder with us to ensure that Bill C-233 is passed into law for the millions of Canadians who will depend on it. We have come too far to let them down now. By acting now, we are remembering those who cannot. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his efforts on this extremely important effort. It's something that, as he mentioned, was very important to one of our former members, Claude Gravel. Claude had introduced a bill similar to this in 2012, C-356, which was designed to create a strategy, a national strategy, to counter dementia. Unfortunately, he almost made it, but the bill was defeated by one vote in 2015. And those opposed to the bill were primarily Conservative, BQ, and one Liberal member who neglected or forgot to stand up and vote in favor of it. Now, I'd like to hear from the honourable member what the difference is between the bill that he's tabling. Why did he choose to go ahead with it? And how did it differ from the one standing in the name of my colleague in years past?
There are a couple of changes in this, and one of them is I was very careful of making sure that the bill did not require a royal recommendation, which in effect would kill the bill here in the House of Commons. As well, I wanted to ensure that it did not in any way restrict the jurisdiction that applies to health care issues. They are provincial jurisdiction issues here, and we wanted to be very careful. And this is why I sat down with my colleague across the aisle. I let him have a look at it, and I said to him, I said that one of the reasons why there were some challenges with the previous bill, which was good intention, but he had a chance to have a look at that. He spent a couple days with it, and he agreed with me here that with the new wording, we wouldn't have the worry about a royal recommendation, and we would also make sure there was nothing too restrictive with respect to the health ministers across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Oops.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is just in recognizing, and it's great that we have wonderful support that's coming from inside the House, but it's also to recognize, and I'm sure the member would agree, that there are many different organizations, nonprofit groups, individuals that have put in just an incredible effort into not only ensuring and supporting this particular legislative initiative, but by providing advice, whether it's to the government of the day or opposition parties, on an important issue that affects so many Canadians. As the member has pointed out, over 250,000 Canadians, and that number is going to continue to grow. We know that there's been in excess of $250+ million that has been invested in research on dementia over the last decade. That these are all positive things, and there's a lot of people that we should actually be recognizing in terms of just how they've poured their heart and soul into such a very important issue that all Canadians, I believe, recognize. Would he not concur?
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
That's actually a very good point, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start off with the Alzheimer's Society. I have to tell you how supportive they have been and how encouraging they have been, and I recognize the efforts that they have made to get information out about this particular piece of legislation and acknowledge as well how important it is that we move forward on this. And so it's important for individuals and groups, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that these issues don't get buried or don't get lost here in Ottawa. And I, for one, have been very appreciative of groups like the Alzheimer's Society and others. I'm quite appreciative as well how many people who have contacted me or have even stopped me on the street here and raised this issue with me, because as I indicated in my opening remarks, 3/4 of Canadians know or have a family member or a neighbor or someone they know who has suffered from Alzheimer's or other dementia, and they know what a toll this can take. And so, again, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, in this House, how appreciative I have been that so many people have reached out and supported what we are doing here today. But I particularly wanted to mention the Alzheimer's Society and other groups for their support on this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-233 and to have the opportunity to speak about dementia. I want to praise the honourable member for Niagara Falls and heartily agree with his sentiment that this issue does indeed transcend partisanship. Dementia is a syndrome caused by a variety of brain diseases, the most common of which is Alzheimer's, which is characterized by slow and progressive deterioration of cognitive function. It affects memory, thinking, language, and judgment, along with mood and personality. This is a most curious and mysterious disease. As our population ages, dementia is of growing concern both in Canada and internationally. In fact, from 2011 to 2030, the number of Canadians with dementia will double. Right now, more than 7% of Canadians over the age of 65 are affected by dementia. Over 35 to 40% will be affected by the time they reach 85. My home province of New Brunswick is particularly sensitive to this issue. As it stands, New Brunswick has the highest proportion of population over the age of 65 compared with other provinces. Dementia is on the rise in New Brunswick, with over 16,000 people diagnosed and another 3,000 diagnoses expected this year. The impact is compounded by the fact that many seniors are also dealing with additional chronic diseases. We know that keeping seniors in their homes helps them to thrive. Knowing this, I'm reassured that the provincial and federal governments have made home care a priority when addressing health care in New Brunswick. The Government of Canada has committed over $125.1 million over the next 10 years for home care in New Brunswick. The fact that there is no current treatment or to cure dementia can be devastating to people with dementia and their loved ones. However, we know that research can help find a cure or a way of altering the course of dementia. Mr. Speaker, I can't emphasize enough that our government believes in the power of research evidence, which is what we've signaled strongly in the last months. The Government of Canada will undertake and use research evidence to make informed decisions concerning health care. We know that investing in health research is an investment in a healthier Canada and healthier Canadians. Research drives the way we diagnose, treat, and care for those with dementia and their caregivers. It has not only helped improve our understanding of dementia and the neurodegenerative diseases causing it, but it created new possibilities for better diagnosis, treatment, and quality of life for patients and their families. The Alzheimer's Society continues to promote the benefits of early diagnosis. As a 2011 study revealed, 50% of Canadians live for more than a year with their symptoms before seeking diagnosis. We need to do better. Canadian research has highlighted a link between dementia and stroke. Dr. Sandra Black of the University of Toronto has been collecting brain scans of patients with dementia since 1995. These scans uncovered the prevalence of silent strokes, or strokes that leave small holes in the brain without any obvious symptoms. This research has opened the door to the possibility of earlier diagnosis for Canadians using brain scans. What's more, it suggests that reducing your risk of stroke may help prevent dementia. Continued research like this is vital. Our investments in this area are essential to changing the course of dementia and unlocking a cure. The Canadian Institute of Health Research, or CIHR, is the Government of Canada's primary vehicle through which we support research and move results into practice. In the last 5 years, CIHR has invested more than $193 million in dementia-related research. This funding supports the best, most intriguing research questions that Canada's brightest and most promising scientists have to offer. This research that has the potential for big impacts on Canadians and the Canadian healthcare system. For example, Halifax researcher Dr. Janice Keefe has spent 20 years focusing on at-home care, family caregivers who she calls the backbone of our current health system. As Canada's aging baby boomers increasingly care for a spouse or parent with dementia, these family caregivers need support to avoid becoming patients, and not necessarily for dementia. Dr. Keefe co-developed a groundbreaking evidence-based questionnaire that captures the diverse and complex needs of family caregivers. The CARE tool, as it's called, is influencing policy development and support programs for this often overlooked but vital population. First piloted in Quebec and Nova Scotia, practitioners are now using CARE in Ontario and Alberta, and it has been culturally adapted for use in France and New Jersey. As the prevalence of dementia increases in Canada, so will the number of caregivers. A tool like this, which helps identify need and therefore support programs for those who are dedicating themselves to others, is invaluable. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that by leading its dementia research strategy, CIHR is acting strategically to focus research efforts not only in Canada but internationally. This approach brings together partners from different sectors to support the latest dementia research related to 3 specific themes: prevention, treatment, and quality of life for those affected by the disease and their caregivers. The domestic component of the strategy, the Canadian Consortium on Neurodegeneration and Aging, is known as Canada's premier research hub on neurodegenerative diseases affecting cognition, including dementia. The number of funding partners that CCNA has brought together is now up to 15. With these funding partners from across Canada, the CCNA helps accelerate the development of dementia treatments and care for Canadians. To do this, it involves over 350 researchers who are examining issues important to all Canadians, including specific vulnerable groups such as Indigenous people and those living in rural communities. In this regard, dementia rates in Canada's Indigenous communities have been steadily increasing for the last 7 to 10 years. Alarmingly, the onset of dementia is now occurring an average of 10 years earlier than in non-Indigenous communities. Doctors Kristen Jacqueline and Carrie Bourassa are leading research into how Indigenous culture and community affect how people experience dementia. Their team is working with Indigenous communities to develop culturally grounded approaches to dementia, diagnosis, care, and health education. This research will produce a range of results to help clinicians. It will help them to adapt their approach to ensure Indigenous people feel more comfortable and safe meeting with health professionals. It will also help build appropriate community and cultural strengths into existing programming for people with dementia and their partners. The dementia research strategy developed by CIHR also has an international component, which has enabled Canadian researchers to participate in key international partnerships across its 3 themes. Through this component, Canadian researchers have been able to collaborate with colleagues from across the globe. Canada is recognized as a leader in this domain. For example, Canada was the first country outside of Europe to join the joint program on neurodegenerative disease, the largest global research initiative tackling the challenge of neurodegenerative diseases. Let me give you a concrete example of the research that's funded through the international collaboration. This program funds the work of Dr. Jorg Spooner and Paul Pavlidis from the University of British Columbia. They are working on an international team with researchers from Germany, Norway, and the Netherlands to shed light on the genetic risk factors of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. This fundamental research will help us find new biomarkers as ways to measure deviations from healthy aging, along with novel treatments and diagnostic tools. Together, the scientific efforts through the strategy's domestic and international components have defined Canada as a leader in dementia research. We are proud to support world-class researchers as they participate in the global pursuit of finding a disease-modifying treatment for dementia by 2025. Dr. Alex Mihalidis from the University of Toronto has developed a mobile robot to help people living with dementia. Sometimes people with Alzheimer's disease have a hard time remembering the sequence of steps required for everyday tasks. Dr. Mihalidis has created an automated prompting system called Coach, which helps them to remember the steps required to do basic tasks like hand washing. Already working well in long-term care facilities, his team is now adapting the coach to help those living at home. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the results of research provide hope that new tools, services, and treatments will soon be available to better prevent dementia and improve outcomes of Canadians living with this terrible disease. I'm pleased to say that through CIHR, the Government of Canada has established a clear research strategy on dementia. This government will continue to invest in dementia research. We know that our investments in research will go a long way to improve the lives of Canadians living with dementia, their families, and caregivers. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor to participate in today's debate, which highlights the challenges and growing concerns around dementia. My father, and by extension my mother and my entire family, is currently struggling with the impact of this terrible disease. Knowing that such amazing research is happening right here in Canada is not only comforting, it provides hope for all of us that may someday find a cure that will allow more Canadians to live a longer and happier life. Thank you.
Excuse me. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nanaimo Alzheimer's Walk raised $18,000 last year to promote the critical research to reduce the effects of Alzheimer's and to provide services for those living with or assisting those with Alzheimer's, and to ease the personal consequences that exist for people and their families every day. So I hope people in my region will come to the fundraising walk in Nanaimo May 7th. It's in that spirit that I speak today to Canada's responsibility to improve care for the hundreds and thousands of Canadians suffering from dementia and to better support their families and caregivers. I support Bill C-233, which calls for the development and implementation of a national and comprehensive strategy to improve health care delivered to persons suffering from Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Here's a call from Susan Barr, who wrote to me from the riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. She writes, I'm a seniors with Alzheimer's on my father's and mother's line, and I'm now starting down that dark path of dementia myself. Unless a dementia patient has sufficient means, they have to share rooms with others who are often difficult to live with and or are violent. I urge you to go and spend 2 or 3 hours in a government-funded seniors' cares home with a closed dementia ward and ask yourself, do you want to be treated like this? End quote. She also describes her brother-in-law, who used to be the gentlest, kindest soul. He's now been held in hospital with Alzheimer's for long periods of time because there's no space for him in a care unit elsewhere on Vancouver Island. He's been tied onto stretchers. He's been denied showers because of fears about his aggressive behavior. This is bad for caregivers, for families, and of course for the patient. So the need is great. 750,000 Canadians lived with dementia in 2011. That's 15% of seniors. And this costs our economy $30 billion each year in medical bills and lost productivity. And left unchecked, that number could skyrocket to $300 billion within 25 years. Canada's fallen behind countries such as the US, UK, Norway, France, Netherlands, and Australia, all of which have coordinated national dementia plans in place. Canada is one of the few G8 countries without one. And as our population ages, we must prepare our healthcare system and our communities for the increasing number of Canadians suffering from dementia. It's expected to double by 2031. To paraphrase Tommy Douglas, the father of Medicare and a New Democrat, quote, only through the practice of preventative medicine will we keep health care costs from becoming excessive. Talking last night with the Canadian Association for Long-Term Care, I was reminded that Canada's had 40 years to get ready for this wave of aging baby boomers, yet our country had no strategy and failed to plan. The Canadian Association for Long-Term Care notes that the proportion of long-term care residents with Alzheimer's disease or other forms of dementias has grown steadily, with 87% of residents affected by the disease since 2010. They also note that modern home designs and increased privacy are increasingly important for residents with dementia, who can become upset and aggressive when they're unable to get the personal space they need. So Canadians have lost precious time on this, something that is especially important to those suffering from a degenerative and progressive illness. This has had real human impact, and I've heard countless heartbreaking stories about the impacts of Alzheimer's disease and dementia on my constituents. Lynn Mayette gave me permission to read this note. She says, "Our grandfather suffered from Alzheimer's, and now our mum is in a secure unit with Alzheimer's too. We know what it is like to watch a former loved one decline. To watch a loved one decline and lose all of their dignity to the point that they are no longer their former being. To be tied into a wheelchair and left to fall asleep, sitting there to lose all their appetite and not to eat, to wear diapers, to lose control of their bodily functions, to no longer recognize close family members, to develop anger. These things, along with drugs to numb their beings to the point of comatose, these all happen. And many cannot afford quality home care for their parents. I talk to so many people in my riding who are trying their very best to look after their aging parents at home. They're not getting the support they need. The smallest amount of support would make a big difference to them. They know they're saving the healthcare system money, and yet it's shameful that the Liberal government abandoned its election promise to invest $3 billion in home care. They promised $3 billion over the next 4 years during the 2015 campaign. They separated this from the health accord, and that means that the money should have flowed in 2016, but it hasn't been delivered almost 2 years into their mandate. Instead, they're using home care dollars to try to lever agreement around the health accord, but provinces representing 90% of Canadians still have not received a nickel of this promised home care support. And the need is pressing. The burden of caring for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's falls heavily on family members. In Canada, family caregivers gave millions of unpaid hours each year caring for dementia patients. That represents $11 billion in lost income and $250,000 lost full-time equivalent employees in the workplace. If nothing changes by 2040, it's estimated that family caregivers in Canada will spend 1.2 billion unpaid hours per year caring for their loved ones. And a quarter of family caregivers are seniors themselves. And yet, long-standing underinvestment in care homes means that the alternatives can be dire. Laurie Amdam writes to me from my riding, "Why does Canada need a national dementia strategy? We need one because the baby boomers I know are scared to death of developing dementia. They believe that life in a Canadian nursing home would be a fate far worse than death." She writes, "When I teach dementia care to students, I often ask them to bring to mind the worst care facility they have seen. They describe an old hospital-like unit with narrow corridors, paint chipping off the walls, and no access to the outside. Then I ask, what if we exchange the 20 people with dementia who live on this unit with 20 children dying of cancer? Would this place be an acceptable environment for them to live out their last months? Of course, the answer is no. Why then is it an acceptable place for persons with dementia who have no voice and no power to live their last years?" She writes, "I see more and more incidents of unsafe and unethical practices in acute care. Recently, I had to intervene on behalf of a 90-year-old woman with dementia when a hospital tried to admit a young man into the other bed in her double room. She was terrified, yelling, 'Get that man out of my house, get him out.' Creating the framework," she writes, which would mandate provisions of dignified and respectful care for this population of vulnerable people is certainly the right thing to do. It is no less than they deserve. They deserve to live in comfort and safety. They built this country." End quote. I can think of no better testimonial for the need for Canada to have a national strategy on Alzheimer's care. Canadians deserve no less. Now, New Democrats have a long and proud history of advocating for federal leadership on healthcare issues, and we stood unanimously in this House supporting an NDP bill on a national dementia strategy in 2015. We will stand in this House in 2016 and in 2017, despite the fact that it was voted down by the previous Conservative government. We very much are encouraged that the member is bringing this bill forward today, even though he voted against our version of it. We will stand in this House this year. We will vote in favour, and we will work so that every Canadian and every Canadian family and every caregiver can have a world-class dementia strategy, and all parliamentarians should continue to fight for this good cause. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a great honour to rise in this House today to debate this important bill brought forward by my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Niagara Falls. And I do want to thank the member from Niagara Falls for not only bringing forward this bill, but for his years of service in this place. And I think his service to this august chamber is a testament to his hard work, and certainly as a new MP, a younger MP, it's certainly a great honour to turn to guidance from people like the member from Niagara Falls. I thank him for his great service to this institution and for bringing forward this bill. This bill, An Act Respecting a National Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease and Other Dementias, is an extremely important bill. And I think all Canadians, no matter where they may live, will be in one way or another affected by Alzheimer's disease or other dementias. And certainly this is true for places like Perth Wellington. I know in Perth Wellington we're lucky and quite privileged to have great organizations like the Alzheimer's Society of Perth County and the Alzheimer's Society of Wellington Waterloo. And these organizations provide great opportunities and services to individuals suffering from Alzheimer's and other dementias, and also to their families and their loved ones. And just last night, in fact, I was speaking with my sister, who works at a long-term care home in my riding in the small town of Milverton. And she was telling me about a program that they have at their facility called iPods for Memories. It's a great program that provides an individual with Alzheimer's or dementia an iPod that has music and memories from their younger days that they can listen to and have a spark of memory, to see the smile on their faces, to see the laughter of that individual who all of a sudden has a recollection, a happy memory for the younger days is something that's so important. And my sister was telling me if there's anything we can do as a federal parliament to encourage programs like that, to encourage the ability of those suffering with this terrible disease to have that spark of memory, to have that opportunity to go back to some of those great memories from their younger days is so important. And Mr. Speaker, just last month I met with board members from the Alzheimer's Society of Perth County, and we talked about the importance of this bill and the importance of other opportunities that we as parliamentarians and as Canadians can do to help those who are suffering from Alzheimer's and help those whose families are also suffering from the effects of having a loved one with this terrible disease. And one way that I'm hoping to help, and my office is helping, is to become a dementia friend. My office staff and I will be undertaking training to make us more aware of the challenges of dementia and how we can serve our constituents that much better by being aware of the challenges of individuals who may come to our office for service who may be suffering from dementia. We think about the challenges of Canadians who are suffering from Alzheimer's, but also their loved ones. I think we're all impacted by it in one way or another, to see a loved one slowly slip away, to lose their memories, and almost lose a sense of themselves as well as that happens. And the unfortunate thing is, Mr. Speaker, that each and every year, as many as 25,000 more Canadians will be diagnosed with Alzheimer's or another form of dementia. And while we as individuals often assume this is a disease that affects only seniors, we are unfortunately seeing a growing trend of younger and younger Canadians being affected and being diagnosed with early onset dementia, early onset Alzheimer's, and the unique challenges that this faces Canadians as they deal with a younger Canadian, whether it be a loved one, whether it be a husband or a wife or a parent, who's being robbed of those years of fellowship and comradeship and family that they're no longer able to experience because of the impacts of this terrible, terrible disease. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as many as 747,000 Canadians are currently suffering from Alzheimer's or some form of dementia. And I think of seniors, I think of Canadian seniors, those who built our country, those who are often referred to as the greatest generation, who have developed so much of our history, and who within themselves have such great memory, such wisdom, but who, because of the tragedy of this disease, are having these memories, this wisdom stolen from them, taken away from them. And when they lose those memories, when they lose that wisdom, we all lose something. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to speak in favor of this important bill. I know the Alzheimer's Society of Canada has encouraged all members of Parliament to support this bill, and I'm extremely heartened to hear that members speak in favor of this bill on all sides of this House. I think it's a testament to the work that the honourable member from Niagara Falls did on this bill, but testament to all Canadians and all members of this House who are impacted and who listen to their constituents and listen to their loved ones who suffer from this important disease. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak in favor of this bill. I'm proud to vote in favor of this bill, and I thank you for this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls, right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I'd like to thank all of my colleagues in the House of Commons for their support of this. This support was across the aisle throughout the chamber, and it's one that I very much appreciate. I've as a cabinet minister for about 10 years, I was not able to introduce private members' bills, and so even though I've been here close to 22 years now, this is the first one that I've had get passed, because even when I was not in the cabinet back in the 80s, you had to have the unanimous consent of the House of Commons to proceed with a private members' bill, and my private members' bill was to have a national holiday for Sir John A. Macdonald around this time of year, as a matter of fact. But I couldn't get unanimous consent on that, but nonetheless, I was proud to have the opportunity. One of my colleagues, around that time, the Honourable Pauline Browse, introduced a private members' bill for a statue outside here to John Diefenbaker, and she gave me the honour of seconding that bill. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, much to our surprise, to a certain extent, it was supported by all members of the chamber, and the statue to John Diefenbaker is outside. I remember Prime Minister Mulroney was so pleased and so excited. He said, make sure you let everybody know we'll put one up to Lester Pearson as well, and appropriately so. We'll have those two prime ministers, Mr. Speaker. But again, my colleague from Don Valley West, from a member of the Liberal Party, was good enough to support this. He had a look at this. He was in favor of this, and I very much appreciate that. And this is a great example that this chamber, on many occasions, can work together for the best interests of all Canadians. Thank you very much.
The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Nader, move that Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I believe this is carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being 2:10, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to the standing order.
Bonne fin de semaine, tout le monde.
Have a good weekend.